Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the CDR program. These questions aren't directed at you personally. We're just trying to get some information here because we have to, like Senator Lee and I and others have to vote on these things. Mr. Wegman and Mr. Orlando, how many times has CDR information been used in criminal investigations or prosecutions by the FBI or the Justice Department? Not asking you which case, I'm just asking you how many times.
So I'm aware of one.
Okay. Orlando?
I'm not aware of any, so I would have to concur with Mr. Wigman's statement.
Thank you. Mr. Wegman, you were asked in September during the House Judiciary Committee hearing whether doorbell videos from the home security company Ring could be obtained with a Section 215 order. You said you believe so, but you'd have to check that and confirm. Okay, that was a couple of months ago. And so now I'll ask you 2 months later, can the government obtain a Ring video under Section 215? And what about heart rate data from a Fitbit or photographs stored in the cloud?
Yeah, so let me answer that question. During the House Judiciary Committee, what I said was that I could definitely see that surveillance video would be relevant and would meet the relevant standard of a business records request. So that's something that would be within the scope of records that you could seek with a business records order. I think whether any particular surveillance video would be obtainable would depend on the particular facts. So let's take, for example, you're at a bank, an ATM machine where they have a camera, or they have at a gas station, they have a surveillance camera at the gas station, and there's a terrorist that stops him for gas or whatever. You want to get that video. I think in that context, that's something that you could get with a subpoena in an ordinary criminal case, and you could probably get that therefore with a business records order. Other types of systems where ECPA, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, might come into play because you're storing that video with a provider would raise different issues, right, in that scenario, because that's more like stored content for which might be protected by the Fourth Amendment, would be something you could not get with a warrant. So just to clarify, it really depends on the facts. What I was saying in the House side was that it is not like ruled out that you can't get surveillance video. It would depend on the facts and in the particular case as to whether you could get it. If you could get it in a criminal case, you could get it with a business records order. If you get it with a subpoena. If it's something that's protected by the Fourth Amendment, absolutely, we could not get it. You could not get Fourth Amendment protected content with a business records order. So does that answer your question?
It comes very close to answering.
Okay.
And I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to follow up if there's other aspects to that.
That was fascinating. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of you for your willingness to serve our country in an effort to make us safer while protecting our privacy rights. As I've said before, our privacy and our security are not at odds with one another. Our privacy is, in fact, part of our security. We are not truly secure unless our privacy rights are also protected. I want to thank Senator Leahy for his work with me on these issues over the years. Senator Leahy and I have been aligned. There's been no distance, no daylight between us on these issues. And one of the many issues that we've covered, in addition to introducing the USA Freedom Act together, relates to something that you, Mr. Wegman, mentioned just a minute ago, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. This is a law passed when I was in the 8th grade, and it's a law passed at a time when no one had personal computers, no one had email, outside of a small handful of people in government and academia. No one had email. And as I read that law, it does give the government access not only to metadata surrounding email, but also to the content of email, as long as that email has ripened to the age of 6 months. This is stunning. So coupled with the authorities that we're talking about here, I think that ought to be of concern to every American. Most Americans are very concerned when they find out that this is the case. In fact, most Americans are very concerned when they find out about most of these authorities. It's one of the reasons why these hearings are so important and why I hope to make them not just a regular, but a monthly occurrence. And if we need to have some of these in the SCIF, so be it. But we need to get answers to these questions. Mr. Wegman and Mr. Orlando, I'll start with you. What's the FBI's working definition of tangible things in the context of business records?
Our definition is per what's in the provision, books, records, papers, document, other items, airline records, hotel accommodations, storage facilities, vehicle rentals. It also provides for some sensitive items such as library circulation records, book sales, book customer lists, firearm sales records, tax records, educational returns, those types of documents. We would need a higher level of approval. These are the same things that could be gotten by a grand jury.
Okay, so would that definition encompass medical records?
According to the provision, yes.
And would medical records also include and not exclude from its purview mental health records?
So I think with all of these, we would have to show relevance, that this information is relevant to the investigation.
I understand that, but it still fits within the definition.
I believe so, but on
each.
each individual case, and I'll defer to Mr. Wigman, is that we would have to look at, does this violate a Fourth Amendment issue, in which case we would have to go for a search warrant.
To answer your question, Senator Lee, it's right in the statute, because in section 1861A13, it talks about the fact that you can apply for the production of, as is mentioned, library records, book sales, book customer lists, tax return records, educational records, or medical records. It's in the statute that Congress has given us, so it's expressly addressed.
Understood. DNA test results also, presumably. People enter into a contract.
Right. And again, just to be clear, we're talking about the more exotic things. We are not using this authority to get these types of records. It's not clear what the relevance would be in any particular case. It's just that it's possible, it's conceivable, this could come up. But these are not the garden variety uses of the Business Records Authority. I want to be very clear about that. The things that we're getting typically, as I mentioned earlier, electronic communications transactional records we get shipping records, we get driver's license records, things like that. So
I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you were absolutely correct in pointing out you were administering a statute that was passed by Congress. You are not the lawmaker. We are the lawmaking body within the federal government. We made this law, and you're telling us what it says. Our job is to figure out whether and to what extent we should reauthorize those and whether and to what extent we ought to change it. I think most Americans would be alarmed to find out the ease with which the federal government could, more or less on a whim, as long as it can check a few necessary boxes, obtain someone's medical records, including mental health records, obtain tax records, including what charitable organization or church or synagogue or mosque they happen to donate to, the records of their searches on Google or other internet search platforms, their conversations as overheard by Amazon's Alexa or other similar technologies. And so when you put this much power in the hands of the federal government, one has to worry. The fact that you don't use them all the time is not, in my mind, a satisfactory response from our standpoint. Again, this says nothing about you and about what you're saying. We're talking about us as lawmakers and whether or not it's a complete dereliction of our duty to protect the Fourth Amendment rights of the American people to give this much power in the first place to government officials. If you asked most of King George III's officers if they were inclined to abuse writs of assistance, or if they were inclined to abuse general warrants, they'd say no. We only use this for good things, for the king, for the country, for God. And they would claim that they didn't abuse them. You ask most British subjects, including and especially most American colonists at the time, and they would take quite a different view. One of the many things that worries me about this is the fact that we're told that a number of these things will very rarely ever be sought. And yet, given the evidentiary standard that is deemed permissible to obtain these records, this is of great, great concern to many Americans, including and especially me. This is not exactly something that hasn't gone unabused in the past. And when you look at the Church Committee reports from back in the 70s, they analyzed the abuse of telephone recordings, basically since the development of the telephone as a commercially viable option. In every presidential administration, starting with the beginning of the use of the telephone, up through the presidential administration in power at the time those committee proceedings were commenced, those in office had abused the American surveillance and law enforcement and espionage agencies to engage in political espionage. We know that these things can happen, and when they can happen, they do happen. And that's why we've got to tie a really tight set of restraints around it, because it will be abused. This is, unfortunately, human nature.
Thank you. Senator Blumenthal. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. You know, I think most Americans never heard of the FISA court before the Mueller investigation. Most people now, when they think of the Mueller report, think of Carter Page. They think of what they've read in terms of the challenges to the warrant issued there. There have been charges that the warrant for surveillance was the result of an illegal partisan scam engineered by political enemies in order to affect the outcome of the 2016 election. And so I think in terms of justifying to the American people that the FISA court operates fairly and effectively, I raise this question. Do you think that the experience in that instance indicates that anything untoward happened either in applying for the warrants or in the FISA court granting the warrants, from what you know? Let me ask Mr. Wigman and Mr. Orlando.
So I can't comment on that, A, because I don't know the answer, and B, because that's under an IG investigation. So I think that issue is being examined by the IG right now, and we're waiting on the report, and we'll see what the report says.
I have to agree with Mr. Wigman. I wouldn't be able to comment on it, and there is an IG investigation. They would be the appropriate individuals to talk about.
Well, let me put the question in a different way. Do you believe that there is a need, putting aside Carter Page, for FISA court reform?
I don't. I think the FISA court operates really well. I think there's extraordinary amount of oversight. I think the level of attention, in other words, that goes into every FISA warrant is extraordinary. It's a very time-consuming and extensive process. Only very senior officials at the department, only 3 officials can authorize a FISA warrant, so it's at the highest levels. And you contrast that with, I don't want to disparage our ordinary criminal cases, but it's significantly different if it's a drug dealer or an organized crime figure and so forth. So we have quite an elaborate regime for approval of these mechanisms, high standards. We have extensive oversight. So I think these, from my perspective, the system is working pretty well.
Do you agree?
I agree. I think if the American public was able to see the rigor in this process, they would be very surprised about how much goes into protecting their privacy. And I'd like to also add is when you look at the FISA business record, that also goes to an independent judge, unlike a grand jury subpoena on a criminal case where there's no scrutiny about it. So I believe there's a lot of rigorous protections in place.
The scrutiny given to a FISA warrant is substantially greater than a grand jury subpoena.
Dramatically so.
Right, where in a grand jury there's virtually no scrutiny.
Right, that's right. And again, just to mention something that Senator Lee said earlier about the types of records, just to be clear, the Business Records Authority cannot be used to obtain anything that you could get that is protected by the Fourth Amendment, just cannot. So we can't get any of those things. And I just want to mention, because I didn't get to a chance to address it, there are separate statutes that protect, let's say, tax records and medical records and so forth. And in giving my answer, I didn't want to suggest that if there are separate things that Congress has already enacted, the interplay between those statutory restrictions and the Business Records Authority is something that I wasn't kind of opining on. And so in the event that we were to use the Business Records Authority, we would have to consider the effect of those statutes on whether you have the authority. So all I'm saying is we have the same, the authority that we have in the business records provision is the same, right, as what we have in a criminal case, right? So there's nothing different. It gives us greater authority to get the sensitive type of records than could be obtained with an ordinary grand jury subpoena. So it's important to keep that comparison in mind. There's not something more intrusive or more extensive on the national security side than on the criminal side. In fact, it's less because we have additional oversight and additional requirements. So I just want to make that clear. There's nothing special about the national security side.
Even though you took a lot of my time in answering.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize for that.
Senator Lee's question, but it was a good question. Let me raise one last issue. In 2012, the Solicitor General, Donald Verrilli, assured the Supreme Court that any criminal defendant who was being prosecuted using evidence discovered directly or indirectly through surveillance authorized by Section 702 of the FISA Amendments Act would receive notification of that fact. that kind of notice is essential, as I think we would agree. Without it, defendants have no ability to challenge the law.
Okay, so what would you like us to do? I have a sponsored traffic hit coming up. We're chasing a problem on the 101. Do you want us? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't know that they were. Well, that backup's gnarly. That was friendly fire, right? The deputy. And Venture on the borderline.
But now, it's time to come together and to get to work. There is so much that Jacqueline and I ran on. Challenges that are facing our families, from public education to pensions to health care to jobs. And to truly make that positive difference for our families, we have got to move, and we have got to move quickly. Our budget, which will come out in January, will reflect the priorities of public education, health care, and rebuilding our infrastructure. So this isn't about politics anymore. That ended last night. This is about being the best governor that I can be for the people of Kentucky. And it's about changing the tone that we have heard in Frankfort for the last 4 years. About coming together to make sure that we can work on the things that we agree on and that we can still talk to each other civilly on the things that we disagree on. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Brown.
Yes.
Governor. Well, first of all, it really is one of the great honors of my life to be offered an opportunity to continue serving my country, my state, and have the confidence of Governor-elect Andy Beshear. You know, I never really intended to get into public service. I got a phone call a Saturday after Thanksgiving, I don't know, 12 years ago, from another Beshear who said, I want you to make a big sacrifice, but just for a little while. And it just kind of kept going and going and going, but the more I got involved in it, the more I learned to appreciate what it means to come back and to be able to give what acumen I might have in the service of others. This is it's not routine, but it's expected. I come from a background, as you can see, where we're used to changes of command. Our government, our whole system is based on changes of authority, and what distinguishes us is that it's peaceful and it's smooth. And really what will make it so smooth in our Commonwealth is people like you see standing behind me. These are the lifelong public servants who are there no matter who gets the opportunity and the privilege to hold supervisory positions. There's 30,000 of them out there, and all we are going to do now is commit to them that we will organize and make the best choices we can to put people in place so they continue the mission of serving the people. It's really that simple.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Michael. All right. So today is day one of the transition. Over the next couple days, you'll hear some more announcements. They will primarily come from Michael, because I'm going to spend a little time with my kids. They deserve to see their dad a little bit more than they have the last couple weeks. But we're excited. We're excited about where we're going to take this state. We're excited about having the first active educator since Martha Lane Collins, who's going to serve as Lieutenant Governor. But I'm also excited to make sure that we can bring Kentuckians together, that we can be civil to each other again, and that there's so much that we can do together. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Mr. Beshear, have you spoken with Matt Bevin yet?
I have not.
And also, can you tell us what you think the national implications of this race is? Everybody is talking all over the news about what this means for Democrats. What does it mean for Democrats, according to you?
Well, I'm not one of the pundits, but thankfully I'm now the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I believe that this race is about our families wanting someone that cares about them, that reflects their values and that is focused on those issues that they are anxious about at the end of the day. And those are public education, pensions, health care, and jobs. I'm not worried about what national pundits or national Democrats are saying. I'm worried about our families here in Kentucky and making sure I do a good job for them.
The question is, if the numbers hold up the way they were, you talk about uniting Kentucky, you will have gotten just less than 50% of the vote. How do you unite Kentucky, knowing how divided the state has been over the last few years, and will you appoint Republicans to cabinet positions?
Well, there's about 3 questions in there.
I try to be effective.
No, we're going to start bringing Kentucky together by changing the tone. No more us versus them. No more this side or that side. Now, this is about focusing on those core issues, public education, pensions, health care, and jobs that are good for every single Kentucky family. I mean, just imagine having a state where we have unity of purpose, where we can all work on those areas that are good for every single family. And yes, you're going to see Republicans in our cabinet. You're going to see independents in our cabinet. All I'm going to look for are the best people who will do the best job.
Do you have any comment on Governor Bevin not conceding the election so far? He said he cited irregularities. We haven't heard anything more about it.
Well, I don't know what information he's working off of. I know that, about 5,000 votes? And terribly close, 80-something votes was that primary 4 years ago. We're confident in the outcome of the election, but today is about moving forward. Now, the election is over. No one else is going to cast a vote. It ended last night, and we're going to make sure that we make this transition as smooth as we can because, the people of this Commonwealth have needs. And they need their next governor to be ready and to be addressing those needs immediately. I'm done with running for office. It's now time to govern.
What does this outcome say about the president's effectiveness as a campaigner?
I'm going to let national pundits talk about that one, too. I think what I know is that we saw our families come out and say they wanted a governor that is focused on Kentucky, on those core issues of public education and also of decency and of living out our values of respecting each other. Living by that golden rule where we treat all of our neighbors with respect and we realize that we are all each other's neighbors. Even people of another political party and even people who disagree with you. In Kentucky, we still expect our leaders and everyone else to be civil with each other. I believe this race was about those areas where, in Kentucky, we need to do so much better.
You've emphasized multiple times now that the election is over. Who is that message for, and what are you worried about?
Well, I'm here today to announce a transition. And we can only have a transition because the election is over. But we are excited to move into this governance stage because we believe that we can put together a leadership team, not just for a transition, but for a cabinet that can serve all Kentuckians. And that's eastern, western, northern, and central Kentucky, that we can be a group that truly governs for all of our families.
If there are lingering questions about the election, how disruptive would that be to your transition?
No, we're going to move forward. Whatever process that the governor chooses to go down, it's not going to change this overall number of votes. We are going to take the steps to move forward to make sure that we are ready. That we are ready on the day that we're inaugurated, that we are ready for that first session, that we are ready with that first budget, and that we are ready to take those steps that we have promised in week 1 that include rescinding that Medicaid waiver and saving health care for 95,000 Kentuckians. Of giving this state a brand new Board of Education. And of restoring voting rights for more than 140,000 nonviolent felons. That's what we're focused on.
General, you've also talked about Medicaid, health care a lot.
Yes.
Are you looking at reinstating Connect, that program?
Well, we're going to look at every option that is out there to make sure that we can provide affordable and accessible health care to our people. That is both making sure that we have a robust, expanded Medicaid program, but it's also about reducing the price of pharmaceuticals. I've been aggressive as Attorney General. I'm going to use every bit of leverage as governor to reduce prices not just for our state plan and for Medicaid, but for all of our consumers across Kentucky. And we are going to focus on insulin as one of our first steps.
Governor-elect,
Yes,
you are a Democrat.
I like the sound of that.
You, your family, you guys are longtime members of the Democratic Party. There is a presidential election next year. Is there a takeaway, though, that you would like other Democrats across the country to take away from not only your campaign, but also your win?
Well, I would hope my takeaway is for people running for office, either as Democrats, Republicans, or independents, and that you're running to serve the people of your state. And so your campaign should be about the issues that impact your state, what you want to do as governor for those families. I love this Commonwealth. I believe that our people have so much potential. And my role as governor is to help unlock that potential, to help us be the very best state we can be, to create six-figure jobs across the Commonwealth, to make sure that everybody can take their parents or their kids to see a doctor when they're sick, to make sure that everyone lives that life that they deserve to here in the Commonwealth.
You talked about your budget. You have to work with supermajorities in the House and the Senate. Can you forge alliances to get done what you want to get done?
Oh, I believe that we will absolutely be able to forge those alliances. And it's about working with people on the issues that you agree on. And yes, you may fight on the issues that you don't. But understanding that there's always that next issue that's out there that you're going to have to come back together and work on. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And part of that is changing the tone, which is what we're doing here today, is not constantly going after each other. The politics part of this is over. It's time for governance, and that's a tone where we respect everyone, regardless of what party they're in.
Can you move on as you want to do and begin without Governor Bevin acknowledging what happened last night?
Well, I think we're moving on with our transition today.
Have you or has your campaign heard
Oh.
the governor next?
Well, there's got to be a swearing in early December, but this race, this outcome isn't going to change. It's over. What now? We are moving forward to make sure that we have that type of smooth transition to where we can serve our people that very next day. And I believe that Governor Bevin, after deciding whatever his options are or what he's going to do, will help in that transition. We have seen it from governors of all different parties, and I believe that he's going to do the right thing and make sure that we are ready to go on day one.
Have you spoken to any Republican legislators since you declared victory last night?
I've left a number of messages, especially for those that are in leadership. I've also called and left messages to congratulate each of the winners on the down ticket. I've received a couple messages back from Mike Harmon and Michael Adams.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a privilege.
Troopers on the road.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Trump and Secretary Azar, for visiting Boston Medical Center today to learn about the innovative care that we provide to babies born with neonatal abstinence syndrome and our unique supports for mothers in recovery from substance use disorder. I'll start with a brief introduction to Boston Medical Center. Boston Medical Center is New England's largest safety net hospital. Our core mission of providing exceptional care without exception dates back to 1864. For over 150 years, we've had the privilege of caring for our city's most diverse and vulnerable residents, whether their families are newly arrived or have spent generations here. We're proud to work to tackle the social and economic roots of poor health, and proud that innovative approaches to issues like food and housing insecurity have stretched the boundaries of traditional medicine and become natural models in some cases. The vast majority of the patients we serve are insured by the programs administered by Secretary Azar and his team, who we come to know quite well, so thank you, in partnership with the Baker administration. Our goal is to leverage these resources to make real and permanent differences in the lives of our patients. And we do that thanks to a vibrant academic community of professionals who care deeply about our patients and their families. Our work in the area of substance use disorder is a prime example. We're proud to have received one of only 4 NIH Healing Community grants aimed at reversing the toll of the opioid epidemic on communities across our country. I want to thank Massachusetts First Lady Lauren Baker for joining us today. Governor and Mrs. Baker are great supporters of our hospital and have been for a long time, and partners in our work. We're very pleased to have this chance to talk to you about our approach to families struggling with the immediate and multi-generational impacts of this disorder. This is a tough disease, but I'm optimistic because of the resilience and compassion of our caregivers and the strength and resilience of our families. At BMC every day, we know that recovery is possible. Our patients prove that to us every day. My hope, Mrs. Trump and Secretary Azar, is that you leave here today inspired by the amazing work of my colleagues at Boston Medical Center, and that you will continue to advocate for people in need across our country, that they have access to the kind of effective and non-stigmatizing treatment and programming we strive to provide here. Now it's my job to keep this moving, so I'd like to turn over and welcome you and have you make any remarks you'd like to make.
Of course. Thank you, Mrs. Walsh. And thank you, Boston Medical Center, for having me here today to discuss this important issue. It is also great to have Secretary Azar with us and Mrs. Baker. Thank you for joining us. Thank you both for being here. It is so important to acknowledge and show gratitude for what you are doing to help mothers who struggle with addiction and babies born with neonatal absence syndrome, or NAS. As you may know, it is an issue I'm very focused on through my Be Best initiative. I've had an opportunity to visit hospitals throughout the country and the world and have so many of the incredible programs that are available because of the dedicated leaders and researchers like you. I hope today's visit helps shine a light on the programs like your Cuddling assists in lowering maternal and infant stress, or CALM, program, and the many other resources available to pregnant women and babies born with NAS. I look forward to hearing from you this morning. It is my hope that we can discuss today will encourage others to replicate similar programs within their own communities, and that the media will use this opportunity to educate people who are struggling with addiction that there is a help available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Trump. Now I'm pleased to introduce Alex Azar, who was sworn in as President Trump's Secretary of Health and Human Services in January of 2018.
Innovative work in helping our infants who are suffering from opioid withdrawal. Neonatal abstinence syndrome is one of the most heartbreaking parts of the opioid crisis, and we've put a special focus on it in the Trump administration as part of a comprehensive science-based strategy.
We are in the middle of a deposition involving Ambassador Hale, who is the third most senior official at the State Department and the top career official at the State Department. So I'm going to have to keep this brief. But first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Hale for being here, for obeying the law, for following the lawful subpoena that we issued. We wish others would show the same courage and dedication to the law that Ambassador Hale is demonstrating here today. I want to let you know, as you may know already, that we will begin our open hearings in the impeachment inquiry next week. We will be beginning with the testimony of Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Kent on Wednesday, and we will have Ambassador Yovanovitch testify on Friday. These will be the first of the open hearings. And I think you will see throughout the course of the testimony, not only their testimony, but many others, the most important facts are largely not contested. We are getting an increasing appreciation for just what took place during the course of the last year and the degree to which the President enlisted whole departments of government in the illicit aim of trying to get Ukraine to dig up dirt on a political opponent, as well as further conspiracy theory about the 2016 election that he believed would be beneficial to his re-election campaign. So those open hearings will be an opportunity for the American people to evaluate the witnesses for themselves, to make their own determinations about the credibility of the witnesses, but also to learn firsthand about the facts of the president's misconduct. Along those lines, today we will be releasing the deposition transcript of Ambassador Taylor, so people will have the opportunity to read about that deposition as well. And what Americans will see from that transcript is what they have seen from the others, that the GOP claims to be locked out, prohibited from participating, unable to ask questions, are simply false. In Ambassador Taylor's deposition, as indeed in every deposition, the Republican members have had equal opportunity with Democratic members to ask any questions they would like. I think you will see in the transcript what a dedicated public servant Ambassador Taylor is, someone who graduated from West Point, someone who served in Vietnam, someone who is, I think, performing another vital service for the country in relating the facts that came to his attention, the very disturbing facts that came to his attention. So we move forward with the open phase of the impeachment inquiry. We still have some remaining depositions to do, which we'll be conducting over the next couple days. And with that, we're going to head back. Thank you.
How many public hearings do you expect, sir?
Hey guys, just one reminder generally, when we come from upstairs and come down, we can't leave bags up there. Cops are getting pretty nervous when we've been doing that, so you really need to take your stuff down.
Well,
for 1 minute.
We can.
Don't let it be shut down.
Oh, man. I know, that was a better shot. Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of way or something. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
In response to this crisis. And I think in Massachusetts, we have seen great strides made in prevention and treatment and recovery. And we're proud to see that the number of deaths from opioid addiction has dropped, but there is so much work left to be done. And we are all in continuing this battle, and with partners like BMC, I know we're going to continue to make great strides. So thank you very much for being here. Enjoy your time, and I know you'll learn a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Baker. We may put you on the payroll. But, Dr. Bob Vinci, our Chair and Chief of Pediatrics, would like to share a few words.
Yeah, Mrs. Trump and Secretary Azar, welcome to Boston Medical Center. And thank you for providing this opportunity to highlight the work we do in the departments of pediatrics and obstetrics and gynecology. This is a very special institution, and BMC's tagline of exceptional care without exception speaks to our welcoming approach to providing outstanding care to the vulnerable children and families who live in the communities we serve. Without exception demonstrates our core values of inclusion, equitable health care, and our unfailing commitment to reducing health disparities. Within the Department of Pediatrics, we accept this challenge, as we know that what our patient needs often goes well beyond the components of health care that we learned in medical school, even many years ago. In a minute, my colleagues will describe our work supporting families, mothers, and infants and children who have experienced the impact of substance use disorder. We're grateful that you're here today to listen to the stories of our patients and how we have built the programs that we believe are national models for how to embrace the concept of family-centered care. Before we move to my colleagues, I want to begin our journey describing the BMC Department of Pediatrics, which has a long history and legacy of building programs that have been disseminated nationally. We were the founding site of Reach Out and Read, a national literacy program. The Medical Legal Partnership was first built at BMC and is now housed in over 300 healthcare organizations. Recently, two young physicians developed a program called Street Cred that now exists in multiple sites in Boston and in other states that in the past 4 years has provided free tax services to our families and patients and has returned over $4 million in tax refunds for free to our low-income families. People ask why we build these programs, and it's really because we ask our families one simple question all the time. Whether it is at the end of a visit for asthma or an ear infection, we always ask, what else can we do for you? What we hear back from families are the many challenges we face that are best described as the social determinants of health. These social determinants of health describe the environment in which our children are born, the circumstances in which they live, and the challenges they face as predominantly low-income families. We can quote the percentages, but what is most important is not the numbers, but rather the faces of the children and the families we serve. It is those faces that tell us what is needed, and over the past few years, our families have asked us to dig deeply into the complex challenges of substance use disorder. And they've asked us to think about this in a unique way that is focused on the family. As a pediatrician, I've devoted my career to caring for children, but we're now doing something very unique here at BMC. And as pediatricians to infants born with neonatal abstinence syndrome, we do this as a team with our colleagues in obstetrics. Today is neither about the infant or the mother, but rather about the mother-infant dyad. And as pediatricians, we now think differently as we move our journey into the specific programs we're now going to describe. And we hope we can convey the leadership we have assumed in the care of families, mothers, and infants who suffer from substance use disorder and our very creative approach to this very important challenge. I want to thank you for listening to the beginning of this journey.
Thank you, Dr. Vinci. Dr. Alicia Walkman is the neonatologist here, and she'll talk to you about her transformative work, which it sounds like is the reason why you came. So let's get right to it.
Thank you, Kate. So, Mrs. Trump, Secretary Azar, so it's really an honor to have you both here today to talk to you about our NAS program. You know, as you know, there's been a lot of national focus about NAS in recent years. Most of these kids are cared for in the newborn intensive care unit. The average length of stay nationally is about 3 weeks in a hospital, and that care model excludes the mother. Most of the time, the mother is sort of an outsider looking in while the baby is in the NICU, getting medicated, getting scored, and she feels even more stigmatized than she already, was previously. And so we spent a lot of time here trying to change that model, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that today. But what I want to say first is that
Special Envoy, as the guy who is the professional here, the guy who has been focused on this, who's the Special Envoy to Ukraine, backed all that up in his testimony. But, no one wants to talk about that. The Democrats don't want to call him as the first witness, even though he was the first witness to be deposed. That I find interesting.
But Motion Taylor both testified that Sondland was told by the president that this is the reason why the Ukrainians
You know what Sondland was told by the president? He said there was no quid pro quo, and I want Zelensky to do what he said. And what did Zelensky say he wanted to do? It's on the call. He says, I want to drain the swamp in Kyiv just like you're doing in Washington. So that's what Sondland, when he talked to the president was very clear. No quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do what he said. And what did Zelensky say on the call that he wanted to do? Zelensky's the one who brought it up. He says, I want to drain the swamp in Ukraine just like the president's doing here.
But then he amended his testimony.
That's up to us.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. That she can parent. And so we promote full rooming in, so the mother and the baby will stay together on the postpartum unit. Then they move to inpatient pediatrics, which you'll visit later today, and they are together for the entire time. And the primary treatment for the baby is the mother, and we highly emphasize this throughout the whole process. So we promote things like breastfeeding, skin-to-skin contact, and we involve the mother in all of the treatment decisions. We use the Eat, Sleep, Console function-based assessment method, which we helped to develop here at BMC. And we also use a novel, what we call more as-needed medication protocol, where we give the baby one dose of medication at a time and reassess, rather than commit them to this prolonged 3-week course of medication in the hospital. When the parents cannot be present at the bedside, we do use a cuddler program, which is the CALM program that you've heard about. And so this program is staffed by community members, hospital employees, and a lot of our medical students from Boston University. There's about 100 volunteers that come from 4 a.m. to midnight every day, and they come to hold the babies when the parent's not present. But I do want to emphasize that our parents are present 80% of the time. So most of the benefit that we're seeing is because of this model with the mothers. This is also a close partnership with our nursing colleagues who are establishing this relationship with the family in a very non-stigmatized way. And I do have to say is that we provide the same care even to those most vulnerable women, including those that are not yet in recovery. And I have seen this myself, that our approach to them in that setting can be a turning point for them. So through these interventions, we've been able to drop our treatment rates in half. We have reduced our length of stay to half the national average. Our kids are in the hospital typically for 7 to 10 days. We've been working really hard to spread this model across Massachusetts through our wonderful NeoQuick collaborative, and we've been working with a lot of other collaboratives across the nation. Non-farm care works, and I think it benefits not only the infant but the mother as well. I just want to close to say that we're continuing to also do a lot of research to move the field forward, and most of this research actually focuses on the upstream and the downstream. So we currently have 2 NIH grants that are focused actually on maternal treatment and how can we optimize the treatment for the mother to change the overall outcome for the dyad. And a lot of this work is actually happening post-discharge, and that work is happening in our SOFAR program, which you'll hear about next. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walkman. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Eileen Costello, Chief of Ambulatory Pediatrics, and she's also the co-director of our SOFAR program.
Thank you, Kate. Mrs. Trump, Secretary Azar, and Mrs. Baker, thank you so much for being here at BMC and for shining a light on the work that we are so committed to doing here. As you've heard, BMC is a mission-driven institution where everyone at every level, from our food service workers to our CEO, is committed to the mission to serve all comers, including the most vulnerable members of our community. I'm the director of our primary care pediatric program here, which serves more than 13,000 children, about 90% of whom are publicly insured. We saw a need for a program to support the children of women who received care in Project Respect, our nationally recognized prenatal program for women with substance use disorders, once the babies have been delivered. After the initial hospitalization and treatment, if that's required, we provide a medical home to infants and children and their parents to support the family. We believe that children will thrive if their parents, especially their mothers, are well. By co-locating care for both children and their parents, we aim to improve outcomes for kids. We see families with about twice the frequency of a typical primary care pediatric clinic. Adolescents and young adults of childbearing age are the fastest growing population of those with opiate use disorder and overdose. And more than 12% of American children have a parent with a substance use disorder. Overdose rates rise in the first year postpartum for women and are higher at the end of the first year than before pregnancy. Women on medication-assisted treatment, virtually all of the women who receive care in Respect, and so far, have much lower rates of overdose and relapse. Armed with this information, we endeavored to provide a program that not only cares for infants and children, but also cares for their parents, ensuring that mothers and fathers receive addiction care, maintain their medication-assisted treatment, mental health support, and care for any associated medical problems like hepatitis C, as well as addressing the social determinants of health. We screen all families here for social determinants, and our families with substance use disorder screen positive at more than twice the rate of our general population, which in itself is quite high. We follow a child's development over time to learn how best to support a child. Our program is unique in the nation, not because of the dyad model, but because we aim to continue to care for children throughout childhood and adolescence, rather than just for the first few years. We've served 190 children in our first 2 years. We've learned a lot. Mothers report the stigma they feel, even from their own families, for their choice to accept medication-assisted treatment, which has the strongest evidence base for maintaining recovery and reducing overdose deaths. Mothers often lose much-needed supports just when the risk of relapse is the highest. They're graduated from treatment programs and expected to function on their own, often with little family support. In our first year alone, we treated and cured a third of our moms with hepatitis C. The national average is 2%. We've had one maternal overdose death of a set of twins at age 2, and many overdose deaths of fathers, leaving young mothers even more vulnerable and children fatherless. On a given Tuesday afternoon, for example, our families may be seen by a pediatrician, a social worker, a patient navigator, an infectious disease specialist, an ophthalmologist, an adult or women's health provider who's trained in addiction medicine, a family planner to support prolonging the interpregnancy interval, and recovery coaches. Relapse prevention is part of every well child visit rather than the elephant in the room. Treating addiction like the disease it is rather than avoiding it will improve outcomes for children over time. Women's health is children's health. We're deeply interested in the stresses on children who often bear a caregiving burden when their parents are not well. We see the long-term effects of repeated foster placements. We believe that providing maximum support to mothers and children to prevent the necessity of such placements is in the best interest of these children, who, without intervention, have 10 times the risk of developing a substance use disorder themselves and higher rates of suicidality. We've learned from comprehensive interviews with women in the RESPECT program that their average age of first use is 10, with some as young as 6 or 7. That's first grade. This is squarely in the pediatric space. Mental health services for children are a critical first step. I can think of no better way to support children than supporting their mental, social, emotional, and physical health, and no better use of government funds than enhancing the wellness of mothers who in turn will care for their children. This is entirely in keeping with your Be Best campaign. We are so grateful for your kind attention to our work, and thank you so much for coming to BMC.
Thank you, Dr. Costello. Now, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Aviva Lee Paris, our Chair and Chief of OBGYN, to talk a little bit about the moms we care for.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Mrs. Trump, Secretary Azar, and Mrs. Baker. I'm going to focus on women's health. So most research and clinical initiatives concentrate on the short and long-term impact of opioids and other medications on babies. We believe that to truly impact the trajectory of children, there needs to be even more focus on supporting women and family throughout their lives. As others have said, opiate use disorder is a disease with effective evidence-based medical treatment. Being in treatment significantly lowers the risk of death from overdose. There is also new attention to the appalling risk of maternal mortality in our country. Opioid use disorder during pregnancy is fatal if untreated. Overdose death is now the leading cause of pregnancy-associated deaths in the U.S., greater than hemorrhage, preeclampsia, and sepsis. Pregnancy is a powerful catalyst for change. Pregnant women with opiate use disorder want treatment despite the stigma and fear of judgment. 88% of pregnant women disclose their use to their doctor, but yet less than 50% are referred for treatment. We need integrated models of care that are evidence-based and employ wraparound services. We have found that healthcare focused on mothers and infants as well as the immediate family, starting prenatally and continuing long after they leave the hospital, is most effective in changing the trajectory of our children. Through integrated care between obstetrics and gynecology and pediatrics,
And breaking news in Washington coming down just this hour. Open hearings are now set in the impeachment investigation. Welcome everyone here to News and Now. I'm your host Mike Page alongside Ron Hoon. This is shaping up to be a busy, busy day.
Yeah, well, this was certainly one of the things that Republicans were really kind of getting after Democrats about, was how it was being handled so far with those secret hearings in the basement of the Capitol. So the announcement came from Adam Schiff within this past hour. By the way, we'll have that for you. This is the beauty of news now.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times these events, they come and go so quickly, you don't have a chance to catch them. You come here at 10 every morning. We'll get you the big stories, and you'll get a chance to hear Adam Schiff's full statement on when they're doing it and why they're doing it. You'll also hear a quick response from one of the president's more vocal supporters on Capitol Hill, Jim Jordan.
Yes, we will. We will. And we also have Senator Kennedy speaking right now, representing Louisiana. Let's listen to this.
Is that the president asked for an investigation of possible corruption in which a political rival may have been involved. And there is a mighty difference between those two. The latter is in the national interest, the former is in the public interest. And I think, and I continue to believe, that the sole and only issue in this case, from a criminal and a civil and a legal and frankly a moral point of view, is what was the president's motive? What was his mens rea? What was his state of mind? Did he have a good faith basis for asking for an investigation? And I think all this quid pro quo stuff, I think we've reached the point where many people are just mouthing the words quid pro quo, and they don't understand the significance, if any, to the legal analysis.
You mentioned, of course, this is still in the House. You haven't had a chance to cross-examine, to get a sense of the witness, any of that. But given what you have seen so far, are you concerned that it may be inappropriate? Do you have more questions rather than fewer?
Well, sure I have more questions because I haven't been allowed to see the trial. I mean, as I said yesterday, Chairman Schiff seems to be very proud of himself for adopting the rules that the House adopted. I would point out two things. Number one, it's clear based on the vote in the House, we have a partisan impeachment. We've never had one of those in the history of the United States. And the political overtones of this are just obvious to any fair-minded person. I think, number two, the second point I would make is I don't think any fair-minded American, other than the well-intentioned crankwings, can look at Chairman Schiff and Speaker Pelosi and think they're impartial. They can't. And number three, you know, am I pleased that the chairman is opening up the hearings after all the critical testimony's been held in secret? Yes, but you know, if is it progress if you teach a cannibal how to use a knife and fork? You're still dealing with a cannibal, and I'm not saying that Adam is a cannibal. I'm just saying that this process has been tainted from the beginning, and for the life of me, I do not understand, as a tactical move, why the chairman and the speaker would have insisted on not allowing the American people to see this live testimony. Yes, before you rudely interrupted, you were asking a question.
Can you explain why?
All right, so leave it up to Senator Kennedy to pop in all those metaphors, too.
I know, I'm still trying to figure out the cannibal reference.
Right. And obviously you could tell probably the way he was talking, he is a Republican in here. He brings up a good issue, though. These open hearings for the House, Republicans will finally be able to do cross-examine in public.
Well, sure. I mean, it had to go that way. They really couldn't go much farther,
No.
I think, with bringing people in and just continuing to talk to them behind the scenes for no other purpose, Mike, than just politically speaking, losing too much momentum.
And the only thing that we've really heard are things that individuals who are in those rooms decide to leak selectively to the media, because it's all been happening behind closed doors.
It's been a small drip of just leaks.
Right. You know, and so everybody's been running the polls, which kind of gives the story some new life in terms of, you know, where do people come down on the whole idea of impeachment and removal. And the number is pretty large. I mean, the president better watch out that it doesn't go from where it is right now of around 49% to more like 60 or 70%. One of the things that Bill Clinton always had in his back pocket was the fact that over 60% of Americans didn't want to see him removed from office. You know, so part of this is, I mean, I do believe that Congress does, at least in some measure, yes, there's incredible politics that are played and people always go to their own corners, politically speaking, but I do think they pay attention, at least, to the will of the American people. There's no groundswell right now. The country's pretty evenly split. And oh, by the way, that's why we were paying such close attention to some of these election results last night, just to kind of get a sense of where the electorate is 1 year out from the 2020 vote.
Yeah, and then the big race in Kentucky was obviously the governor, and it looks like the Democrat there is just going to get enough votes. He has about a 5,000 vote lead right now. The AP's still saying that it's too close to call, but...
Well, you know, you think about it now. You've had well over 1,400,000 votes cast, and you've got about 5,000 votes separating them. So that's certainly less than 1%. In fact, it's less than 0.5%. Now, I believe, Mike, in some states, being within 0.5% would just trigger a recount. You know, and everything that involves. I mean, does anybody remember the phrase "hanging chads"?
Yeah, right.
From the year 2000 election, you know, and you're in there inspecting the ballots, and I mean, there've been a lot of unusual things that do happen in events like that. But nevertheless, the Democrat does have a 5,000 vote lead, and unless the Republican, my understanding is, and there he is, Beshear, my understanding is that the incumbent, the Republican who lost the race, Bevin, he could call for a recount, but he has to pay for it himself. That's my understanding of the way the law works in Kentucky. So that obviously cuts down on a lot of the numbers of recounts, for sure.
And Republicans, though, could get some kind of, you know, happy moments there in Kentucky because they won every other race. So it looked like it was, for the voter, maybe they felt Bevin was a flawed candidate.
Oh, I think he was highly unpopular. Now, from what the president was saying this morning, everybody's going to have their own spin on it, and this is kind of coming out of the White House, was that Bevin was behind by as many as 15 points. Very unpopular, particularly how he handled the issue of labor issues with teachers there in the state. You know, Kentucky's a pretty tight-knit community. They don't have a lot of big cities there or anything. Basically, you've got Louisville and Lexington, and that's about it. You got Frankfort, the state capital. It's, by the way, man, is that a beautiful part of the country.
It really is.
The hills of Kentucky, just beautiful.
There's the tweet there the president's talking about.
Yeah. The increase in the governor's race was at least 15 points, maybe 20. Then he says, I'm headed to Louisiana. So if that is, you know, I got to go back and look at some of these earlier polls, but he was unpopular. And the word out of the White House is, hey, we almost drug this guy across the finish line.
Yeah.
We got him awfully close to where it was a virtual tie at the end. Nevertheless, it's a red state. And it looks like it went for a Democratic governor, and that's still a headline for sure.
That is, that is. Yeah. And so like President Trump trying to do a little pivot saying, hey, if you didn't have me, you would have been down big time.
Yeah. And, you know, I do think that he fires up the base. You know, Mike, you were mentioning the other day, there are also the trappings of the office. But if you're the president of the United States and you want to hold a rally, and you have people fired up and on your side, pretty much doesn't matter whether he's in Kentucky or Alabama or you name the state, he's going to get 20, 30, 40,000 people.
That's true.
Trying to get into these rallies. And many times there's not even enough room for people.
Yeah.
You know, and we're still standing by for a Klobuchar event today. She, by the way, just signed up in New Hampshire. So we'll wait to see what happens with her as the day goes on. Tulsi Gabbard was yesterday. Elizabeth Warren is today.
Elizabeth Warren is
She's
today.
drawing some pretty good crowds, but some of these other candidates, it's, you know, pretty slim pickings for the crowds.
Yeah, it's almost like the people are just waiting, okay, just give us a nominee,
right,
you know, before we just start heading out.
Yeah.
So,
well, and it really is. It's fascinating as we head into 2020. People are going to start voting, and it really is going to boil down to, are you going to go for a candidate who says, let's be practical, let's get real, choose the nominee that can win this election in November and beat Donald Trump, or let's dream big. Let's go for the whole thing and take this one moment in time to put into place a lot of the, frankly, socialist-leaning programs that Bernie Sanders has proposed, or that Elizabeth Warren has proposed, and just appeal to the American public based on the ideals that we carry forward. That's going to be fascinating to see which way it comes down.
It really will be. And if you're just joining us right now, we just learned from the U.S. House that the open hearings will happen next week. Ron, we'll be busy Wednesday and Friday.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's what it's set up to be. Wednesday and Friday of next week, the first open hearings for this impeachment investigation.
And you'll hear Adam Schiff explain it, and you'll hear just a little bit of a response from one of the key Republicans there on Capitol Hill.
Let's show Adam Schiff right now as he was detailing what next week could look like. There we go.
Involving Ambassador Hale, who is the third most senior official at the State Department and the top career official at the State Department. So I'm going to have to keep this brief. But first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Hale for being here, for obeying the law, for following the lawful subpoena that we issued. We wish others would show the same courage and dedication to the law that Ambassador Hale is demonstrating here today. I want to let you know, as you may know already, that we will begin our open hearings in the impeachment inquiry next week. We will be beginning with the testimony of Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Kent on Wednesday, and we will have Ambassador Yovanovitch testify on Friday. These will be the first of the open hearings. And I think you will see throughout the course of the testimony, not only their testimony, but many others, the most important facts are largely not contested. We are getting an increasing appreciation for just what took place during the course of the last year and the degree to which the President enlisted whole departments of government in the illicit aim of trying to get Ukraine to dig up dirt on a political opponent, as well as further conspiracy theory about the 2016 election that he believed would be beneficial to his re-election campaign. So those open hearings will be an opportunity for the American people to evaluate the witnesses for themselves, to make their own determinations about the credibility of the witnesses, but also to learn firsthand about the facts of the President's misconduct. Along those lines, today we will be releasing the deposition transcript of Ambassador Taylor, so people will have the opportunity to read about that deposition as well. And what Americans will see from that transcript is what they have seen from the others, that the GOP claims to be locked out, prohibited from participating, unable to ask questions, are simply false. In Ambassador Taylor's deposition, as indeed in every deposition, the Republican members have had equal opportunity with Democratic members to ask any questions they would like. I think you will see in the transcript what a dedicated public servant Ambassador Taylor is, someone who graduated from West Point, someone who served in Vietnam, someone who is, I think, performing another vital service for the country in relating the facts that came to his attention, the very disturbing facts that came to his attention. So we move forward with the open phase of the impeachment inquiry. We still have some remaining depositions to do, which we'll be conducting over the next couple days. And with that, we're going to head back. Thank you.
All right, so that was Adam Schiff detailing what will be happening next week. Now let's hear from one of the key House Republicans as he responded to the news of the day.
But
And I do
Motion
gotta run, guys. I'm
and
sorry.
Taylor both testified that Sondland was told by the president that this is the reason why the Ukrainians
You know what Sondland was told by
held
the
out.
president? He said there was no quid pro quo, and I want Zelensky to do what he said. And what did Zelensky say he wanted to do? It's on the call. He says, I want to drain the swamp in Kyiv just like you're doing in Washington. So that's what Sondland, when he talked to the president was very clear. No quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do what he said. And what did Zelensky say on the call that he wanted to do? Zelensky's the one who brought it up. He says, I want to drain the swamp in Ukraine just like the president's
But then
doing
he
here.
amended his testimony.
That's up to
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. A gorgeous day in downtown Phoenix and really all over the valley. We had some raindrops earlier this morning. If you were up really early, you saw some lightning in the sky, and that was a sight to see. It's like, are we in the monsoon? No, we're not. But we are definitely in November, and these temperatures are gorgeous. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Welcome back to News Now, as we always try to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. It's always great to be here with you, and it's really just setting up to be a busy Wednesday. So thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to go out to Capitol Hill right now. There's an interesting hearing going on right now on the Senate side. It's all about what does the government know about you, and what kind of surveillance are they doing about you for the good of the country. Let's hear about it, and maybe who's on the phone with you.
Our program is among the important provisions of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that will expire at the end of this year, unless reauthorized by Congress. Congress added this authority to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act 4 years ago in the USA Freedom Act as one of several significant reforms designed to enhance privacy and civil liberties. It replaced NSA's bulk telephony metadata collection program with a new legal authority whereby the bulk metadata would remain with the telecommunication service providers. As this committee's 2015 report described, the CDR authority provides a, quote, narrowly tailored mechanism for the targeted collection of telephone metadata for possible connections between foreign powers or agents of foreign powers and others as part of an authorized investigation to protect against international terrorism, end quote. Critically, the provision authorizes the collection of certain metadata associated with telephone calls, such as the originating or terminating telephone number and the date and time of a call, but does not authorize collecting the content of any communication, the name, address, or financial information of a subscriber or customer, or locational information. As this committee is aware, the NSA recently discontinued the CDR program and deleted the records acquired under the CDR authority after balancing the program's intelligence value, associated costs, and compliance and data integrity concerns. NSA's decision to suspend the CDR program does not mean that Congress should allow the CDR authority to expire. Rather, that decision shows that the executive branch is a responsible steward of the authority Congress affords it. As technology changes, our adversaries' tradecraft and communication habits continue to evolve and adapt. In light of this dynamic environment, NSA supports reauthorization of the CDR provision so that the government will retain this potentially valuable tool should it prove useful in the future. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to your questions.
Senator Leahy, you'd like to make an opening statement?
I would, and I appreciate that. I was proud to join with Senator Lee in requesting this hearing, and I think I speak for both Senator Lee and myself. We thank you for holding the hearing as chairman. I'm proud of our successful efforts in 2015 to pass the USA Freedom Act. This is the first major overhaul of government surveillance powers in decades. It added significant privacy protections for the American people. Now, though, because we said at that time we didn't be able to look at it, see how it works, we have the opportunity to learn from and assess and respond to what's happened over the past 4 years. So what have we learned? We know that the government issued only 14 CDR program orders in 2018, but they collect over 434 million records relating to over 19 million phone calls. Did all that with their 14 orders. We know of at least 2 incidents of significant overcollection. In fact, it resulted in the NSA purging all of their records and ultimately decommissioning the program. We know that then DNI Director Dan Coats acknowledged, even as he requested permanent reauthorization of all the authorities granted in USA Freedom, that the CDR's program's relative intelligence value was negligible. Given all that, what don't we know? Unfortunately, quite a bit. We're only a month away from these authorities expiring. We don't know what caused the massive overcollection, what companies were responsible, or why it was not feasible for the NSA to identify or isolate the improperly produced data. And it's not as though Senator Lee and I have not tried to learn the answer to these questions. I mean, our questions are not of a partisan nature, where we try to make sure that this was not a Republican or a Democratic issue. It was an issue that the United States Senate cared about. Almost a year ago in December 2018, Senator Lee and I wrote a letter to the DNI and Justice Department asking these and other questions. We failed to get a response. So almost 7 months later, in July, we wrote again. Unfortunately, we've yet to get a substantive response to either of these letters. Despite this, despite not answering our question, the government is now requesting a permanent reauthorization of all of the authorities granted USA Freedom, including the CDR program. And they argue that, well, it might eventually be useful and technology might evolve to the point that could collect metadata in compliance with the law. We might be able to obey the law. Now, let me be clear. Maybe someday it'll be of some use. Hopefully we'll develop technologies to not again violate the law. Well, that's not appropriate justification to reauthorize these powers, saying, if you reauthorize them, maybe we can actually follow the law. If at some point in the future the technology developed to allow for metadata collection that is appropriately limited, that follows the rules, that's fair, well, then come back to Congress and let us revisit the question. Until that time, there's no reason to reauthorize the CDR program. We're going to be legislating in the dark. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for holding this hearing. I look forward to the testimony, but let's not say, let's not pass a wish. Let's pass substantive legislation, and again, I thank you, but I thank Senator Lee, who has worked extremely hard on this.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan, why haven't you answered their letters?
Sir, my understanding...
Did you get the letters?
Sir, my understanding is that the letters were addressed to DOJ and the OG&I, so I would defer to my DOJ
I'm sorry,
colleague.
wrong person.
I can address that.
Who got the letters?
So they're addressed to the Director of National Intelligence, the Attorney General. So let me say first, right up front, Senator Leahy, Senator Lee, other members of the committee, my apologies for not being able to respond to the letters thus far. My understanding is that they were held up originally so that the administration could develop a position on whether to seek reauthorization of these authorities. That happened in August of this year, so there was a significant portion of the delay was due to the administration developing a position on this. We have since worked on the letters to develop the position on seeking the authorities.
Well, this is
my apologies on that.
November, right?
Absolutely. So let me just tell you, when I found about
August and November.
We now have a draft response to the letters. You will have it this week. I was hoping I could bring it to the hearing today, but you will have it this week without fail. And we're also all here to answer your questions today. I'm happy to address the questions that were raised in the letter or between the three of us. So again, all I can do is apologize for not having gotten them to you, but we will answer your questions this week.
They're going to get an answer to the letter
this week. Absolutely.
Well, that's progress.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's not my turn. I just want to interject here. If it takes 11 months to get a response to our letter, and if it takes nearly more than 6 months to even get the policy out, that itself didn't answer the questions, which was apparently the condition precedent for your ability to issue the letter, you've still had many months pass between the issuance of the policy and today. So perhaps, Mr. Chairman, the only way to do this is for us to have monthly hearings so that we can stay in contact on this. And I say that in dead seriousness. We're not messing around here. These are the privacy rights and the constitutional rights of the American people. We represent them, and we don't appreciate a nearly 1-year delay that is not warranted. And it adds deeply to my suspicion, and I appreciate Senator Leahy's working with me on this, and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your working helping us get this hearing, which I hope will be a monthly exercise now on.
Yeah. Well, there's no real good reason not to answer, letters by 2 senators who authored legislation to change the program. Having said that, the lone wolf provision, what do we lose if it goes away in real world terms?
Sir, this past year we arrested approximately 100 terrorism suspects, international terrorism suspects. We're seeing more of the homegrown violent extremists. These are individuals who are not taking direction from...
But we've never actually used this provision, is that correct?
Yep. To date, we've been able to either disrupt them without it or been able to make...
Could you speak up a little bit closer to the mic?
Directly into the mic.
Yeah, apologize.
To date, we have not had to use it because we've been able to either the disruption...
What do you lose if you don't have it?
The threat is evolving. With the more harm, we may have a need for it in the future.
So these people fall into space where you can't get a warrant, but something's going on.
Yes. And with the way the threats are evolving,
there's going to be more of that, less.
More of those who are being self-radicalized and taking direction. And so therefore, the potential for us to use that tool will probably increase in the future.
So this is really driven by the self
way back then, and he has been a friend to our veterans for many, many, many years. That's him with Mayor Giuliani receiving an award there. That's a much younger version of me in the middle. But we are so grateful to our president. We have a great commander-in-chief. There's going to be 30,000 veterans, 400 military.
Based on what happened last night, based on what you guys did in 2018, I just have a really strong feeling that Americans not going to tolerate former US guy. As long as we do not mess it up, which is where we get to me, that we do not mess this up. Someone at the top of this ticket that's going to not shut people out. We never do well when that happens, but bring people with her. And by the way, if people think a woman can't beat Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi does it every single day. So.
There's a skiff right down the hall,
I was just gonna
100
say.
yards from here. I will go there right now.
I'm in a different position substantively than Senators Leahy and Lee. I'm a defender of your program, but I also agree, if you can't answer this question, why don't we go to a skiff right now? Why can't we?
Why don't we just go ahead and do it? Let's go get through the other parts, then we'll have a classified hearing.
Yes, that's a better idea. Don't do it now.
Sure.
4 years ago, the then NSA deputy director.
Well, here's the good news. You got the
said there's
committee
only one
engaged.
occasion. He said there's only one, and this was an open session. There's only one occasion when the phone records collection was uniquely valuable. One.
Okay. Well,
He said an open session.
we'll go to a classified setting. Go ahead, Senator Feinstein.
So you can't provide an example of information obtained from the CDR program. If Congress reauthorizes Section 215's business records provision, but ends the CDR program, the call detail record, will the administration support that?
Ma'am, as you know, I'm here representing NSA. I can't speak, I don't make policy decisions for the administration, so I'd have to defer to the administration.
Okay, next question. NSA received 3 years' worth of Americans' phone records that it was not legally authorized to receive. Moreover, the CDR program was shut down for failure to produce useful intelligence. Yet NSA is requesting reauthorization. Can you explain that position?
Ma'am, I'd like to clarify, it's entirely possible I'm not being clear, and I apologize. There was value in the program when it was instantiated. We did obtain value from an intelligence perspective. However, when we weigh that against the cost, we made the decision that the best step to take was to shut down the program. There have been issues with some of the data that we received from the different telecommunication providers, and I can go into those issues in detail.
Well, have the compliance problems been solved? And you're on the record.
So, ma'am, the compliance problems associated with this particular program have been solved as the program is shut down.
So the program was shut down.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the reason for shutting
Is everybody
down?
good with these other three provisions?
Yeah, well,
If there are, we'll just
Can I
go to the
finish?
classified thing. Go ahead.
what was the reason that the program was shut down?
Ma'am, the reason that the program was shut down was that we evaluated the program in terms of what value we were receiving from the program, and there was some value there. When we weigh that against the costs of the program, the resource costs, and we also took a look at, the issues we were facing from a compliance and a data integrity perspective, we also take into account what our other authorities bring to the counterterrorism fight, and we ultimately made the decision in that context to stop using the program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Grassley.
This would be for any of you, three of you, why is a clean reauthorization preferable to repealing or amending the most controversial provisions of the law? And I suppose concentrate on amending the most controversial provisions of the law.
Sir, I'm assuming we're the most controversial provision of the law. So what I would say is that we support the administration position of a clean reauthorization, and one reason for that is so that we have agility by having tools in our toolbox. The counterterrorism fight,
I'm Maya Smith, and
I'm sure you're all aware, it evolves over time. So if we come across a situation where we think this authority can give us a tool that can help us see the overall international terrorism picture, we want to be able to move as quickly as we can to try to leverage that authority and that is why we're supportive of a clean reauthorization.
If I could just speak to the other authorities.
Go ahead.
From my perspective at DOJ, this is, I think, the fourth time the other authorities have been reauthorized. That doesn't count some other interstitial ones that were done. So again, this is a decision for the committee and the Congress, but eventually I think the idea of a sunset is that you become comfortable with the basic authorities, and at this point, since they've been reauthorized so many times over the last 20 years, our view was at some point the Congress should decide that they're comfortable with them, but obviously we defer to the committee and the Congress if they want to continue having reauthorizations, but these have been reauthorized, the ordinary uses of these authorities on at least 4 occasions. So.
Let's say you can't legislate everything in detail, but you folks have heard about the privacy and civil liberties concerns. What are you doing to address those concerns on a daily basis as they come up? Because that's what we got to be satisfied on.
So I don't know what the privacy concerns are with, let's say, take the roving example. I think it's a straightforward authority. It's routine. I don't think there are any significant privacy concerns or controversies associated with that, so it shouldn't be a problem. Likewise, the ordinary uses of the Business Records Authority, these are things, again, as I mentioned earlier, you can get with a subpoena in an ordinary criminal case. We have more process in a national security case, significantly by going to the court, all the oversight that's required than you would in an ordinary criminal matter. So I really don't think the ordinary uses of these authorities should be controversial, should raise significant privacy or civil liberties concerns.
Is the law effective in carrying out the intended use and powers of the authorities being considered today? If not, explain what changes are necessary.
Again, we don't think changes are necessary. We think the authorities are appropriate as they stand today.
Okay, I'll yield back my time.
Including the CDR thing?
I'll let NSA address the CDR program.
I'll let you decide.
Who's next? Senator Leahy, is he gone? Senator Whitehouse? I don't have a list of y'all. Okay.
Well, I'd like to thank the chair and ranking and the witnesses for your testimony and your service to our country. This is a critical opportunity for us to discuss the best ways to balance our responsibility for keeping Americans safe while also protecting the core protections of our Constitution, our civil liberties that are fundamental to our democracy. Ms. Morgan, in your testimony, you emphasized that the NSA's decision to discontinue the CDR program is based on, and I think I'm quoting, balancing the program's intelligence value, associated costs, and compliance and data integrity concerns. What metrics does the NSA use to determine a program's intelligence value broadly?
Sir, thank you for your question. There's a number of factors that we take into consideration when we're looking at the value of a particular program. So one would be, are we issuing any foreign intelligence reports that contain information from this particular program? As the committee likely knows, NSA gets intelligence requirements from different interagency partners, from policymakers. And did we find intelligence that was valuable enough for us to take the time and effort to disseminate, say, an intelligence product?
And did you?
Yes, sir.
So the characterization of this CDR program as having negligible value given against massive overcollection, you would argue that at least with that metric there was value?
Yes, sir. I would say there's value. The other thing that I think might be helpful to understand is when we're fighting the counterterrorism fight, we're using different authorities to get different pieces of information, and we're trying to connect those different dots. Mm-hmm. It's entirely certain that you might have information from one particular authority that in and of itself, it's not binary that now I suddenly have a counterterrorism outcome. It could be that you're building upon that, and weeks, months, even in some cases years later, you have an outcome, but you'd have to trace it all the way back. Oh, that little piece of information actually did have a contribution. So you really have to consider it as part of a broader picture.
You discovered that you'd improperly collected records in this CDR database massively. Is it correct the NSA deleted all of the CDR records that it held?
NSA deleted the CDR records that we received from the providers. We were authorized to retain records that underpinned SIGINT reports. We're authorized to retain that information.
And is there any indication that the deletion of these records has actually interfered with our counterterrorism efforts? Has there been any loss in intelligence value as a result?
Sir, I think that's something that is impossible to answer. every day we're making trade-offs. So for example, when I was an analyst, every day I would say, should I look at this piece of information? Should I look at this piece of information? Because you can't look at everything. So there's no real way to know if I've lost a piece of information that could have been valuable.
One of the arguments that's being made is that the communications landscape is changing and it's tough to predict where technology is going, and that there's new types of digital communication that bad actors might reach each other, in particular including encrypted messages. Do records from encrypted messaging services fall under the scope of either the business records or the CDR authority? Mr. Wegman, Ms. Morgan.
The question is whether you can get things that are encrypted? Is that the question?
Yes.
So the Business Records Authority could not be used to get communications content in any of that, encrypted or unencrypted. You'd need a full content FISA for that.
Sir, under the program that we're currently not operating, we're only authorized to get metadata. Things like phone number A was in contact with phone number B at this date and time. We're not authorized to get any content, any encrypted messages.
Right. But are you able to get records, that metadata about encrypted messages?
So I'll say my answer, and I'm going to look to Mr. Wegman to correct me. My understanding is that in the law it says specific selection term is what we're authorized to seek a permission from the FISA court to collect information related to a specific selection term. So if there was a specific selection term and we got the authority from the FISC and there were metadata records, again, responsive to that, I believe we would be authorized to get that.
I think that's right. And so the same thing, I think that's right of the CDR program, as Susan described it, but also true for the ordinary Business Records Authority. If we were to get what's called electronic communications transactional records, which is one of the uses that we have for 215, so that's metadata, so it might be to from information. That information is typically not encrypted. So.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. A lot of news coming out of the Capitol today, as we are now learning that next week will set up the first of open hearings for President Trump on this impeachment investigation that the House Democrats continue to go through. So next week, starting on Wednesday, we will have some open hearings to finally show you. Everything has been behind the closed doors. Now they'll be out in the open. We'll bring it to you, of course, right here on News Now, starting on Wednesday, everybody. So be there with us for that one. It's going to be really, really interesting as this all evolves. And then, oh yeah, we're less than a year away from the election there as well. So it's all going to be, it's going to be a fast end to the year, and then next year it's just going to speed up really, really quick, everyone. All right, let's go out to the White House here, where earlier this morning, Kellyanne Conway, the counselor to President Trump, speaking to the media here.
Kids and adults. And I think the JAMA data also made clear that kids report they use mint and other flavors like mango, bubblegum, tutti frutti, unicorn milk, pretty remarkable, and that they don't care for menthol, which of course many smokers, I'm not one, say tastes like tobacco. So he'll be making an announcement. The announcement will be made very soon. I think the only thing that's really changed from the First Lady's original tweet on September 9th is that the data are much more harrowing and concerning than we would have suspected. But the demarcation is really kids and adults. And we're very focused on emerging healthcare crisis among kids. Look, we inherited the drug crisis from last administration who completely ignored it. According to the Washington Post, the fentanyl failure is laid at their feet. We're not going to preside over another burgeoning health crisis like this when we see the data.
So if the demarcation is kids and adults, is it fair to assume the demarcation is tobacco and menthol on one side?
It's not fair to assume anything,
including.
It's not fair to assume that. It's not fair to assume that unelected people know whether aid was being held up. It's not fair to assume that anybody cares how people vote in the privacy of the ballot box and how that affects their testimony. No, I think it's not fair to assume. We'll let HHS, FDA, and indeed the president make the announcement.
It does sound like there's been an initial shift from when Alex Azar spoke to us out here and what you just laid out as it relates to menthol.
We're data driven, and remember, FDA has to put out final guidance. And as you know, companies have the responsibility and the right to apply to have their products on market. So they can continue to do that. I mean, I went to I won't say the name of the drugstore because then I'll show favoritism, but I went to the I went to a pharmacy this weekend for my family's needs, and I noticed not only are the blades behind Lock and Key and the Sudafed and the Claritin, but now the body washes. So the idea that you can't get body wash or blades in a local pharmacy as law-abiding citizens without asking somebody to get the key out, and yet we should just have all these products on market that the FDA doesn't look at. That's just not logical. So let them announce.
The president and the campaign have responded to the election results in Kentucky, but what is the takeaway from what happened in Virginia?
Sure, several takeaways. Well, I'll start with Kentucky and Mississippi, and then we'll get on to Virginia. In Kentucky, 13 of the 14 statewide races went Republican. The governor's race looks too close to call. I'm told that the Bevin team is investigating some irregularities in voting. We'll let them come out and explain that, or the RNC to explain that. But of the 13 of 14 races, I think the president made that governor's race competitive. The president's first appearance on behalf of Governor Bevin in this election cycle was on August 21st. The polling that day showed Beshear 48, Bevin 39. This was always going to be a tough race. The president won the vote in Kentucky, 62.5% of the vote in Kentucky when he ran. Nobody got even close to that yesterday, I think, in Kentucky, or nobody got that high in Kentucky. First independently statewide elected African American in Kentucky's history. I'm sure you'll all be writing about the history that was made yesterday in Kentucky with Daniel Cameron, African American, who now will be the state's Attorney General. Speaking of Attorneys General, in Mississippi, first Republican Attorney General elected in Mississippi in 140 years, first female elected, Lynn Fitch. In Mississippi's history, I'm sure you and the feminists will throw a parade today and cover the history that was made in Mississippi with Lynn Fitch as the first female attorney general. In places like Tucson, Arizona, rejecting being a sanctuary city. Colorado, obviously a swing state, a bluish state, by 11 points. The voters there rejected weakening the taxpayer Bill of Rights. In New Jersey, left-leaning certainly, 2 state assembly seats flipped Republican, including one that's nestled in a Democratic district that's being targeted. Why is that important? Because people are rising up in some areas and saying, I've had enough with the taxes and regulation. In Virginia, I'm glad that you all have a new interest in Virginia. You ought to go ask the governor there which person he is in the picture. Is he the guy in the blackface, or is he the guy in the Ku Klux Klan outfit, and why is it on his yearbook page? Haven't heard you ask that in, well, almost ever. And that would be great to know since we're on the subject of Virginia. I did see that some of the 4 really close competitive races there did go the way of Republicans. And I think Virginia in the last, well, not think, in the last 3 presidential elections voted for Democrats. It's been trending blue for quite a while now, and I don't think they've had a statewide elected Republican there since about 10 years.
But Kellyanne, does the president see warning signs in what happened? He point out when that state was very in,
Right.
and here you have
And I think
a
that's why
moderate
13 of the 14.
Democrat.
Andy Bashir is a moderate Democrat. Well, well, his father wasn't, and Kentucky has a rich tradition of voting for Democrats for governor. This is not a new thing. They don't have a rich tradition of voting for Republicans down ballot necessarily for the statewide elected officials. No, he sees that he makes these races competitive. And again, go look at the polling on August 21st when he first got there. Bashir was leading Bevin 48 to 39. I think just a couple of weeks ago, the gap was far more than the 0.3 of a percentage point that looks like.
Was up 5. The latest poll came out just a few days ago. He was up 5.
I didn't see whose poll was that.
It was. I can pull it up. It's pulled up right now even.
It doesn't matter who it was as long as you can use it for these purposes.
It's real. It's just the most.
I do love the New York Times polls, by the way, about the swing states.
On the murder of the Mormons.
Pompeo was unhappy with Rudy Giuliani running his own foreign policy.
Who testified?
Ambassador Gordon Sondland and.
So now we have somebody else. This is like the old game of telephone. Now we have somebody else telling us what Secretary Pompeo thought about a third party. I mean, again, we're going to impeach a president over an adult male game of telephone. Pardon?
The testimony that Volker gave that he tried to dissuade President Trump and Rudy Giuliani from pursuing these investigations into the Bidens, saying that they were misguided. He talked the Ukrainians out of putting out this statement about corruption. What do you make of that?
Well, what I made of the Volker testimony that really caught my eye was when Congressman Zeldin asked him, is it correct that in no way, shape, or form President Trump was asking for a quid pro quo, that aid was being held up for anything in return? And he said correct. So I think that gets to the essential question of whether or not we're going to move forward with impeaching and removing a democratically elected president, especially when it just seems like the 2020 Democrats aren't offering much in the way of beating him.
But the special envoy to Ukraine is telling the president and his personal attorney that these investigations are misguided. He tried to dissuade them from pursuing them. They did anyway. What do you think of that?
I don't have a comment on that. You're asking me about what unelected officials are saying about other unelected officials, and you think you're asking me about what unelected officials are saying about other unelected officials, and all the while you're giving very short shrift, if any, to what the President of Ukraine and the President of the United States of America said about the call and about the situation. Ukraine has the aid, has far more aid than they ever did under Obama-Biden. And it's getting a little tiresome, respectfully, to constantly hear the media and the defense of the Bidens. Like, we should remind everybody, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Joe or Hunter Biden did anything wrong. Is there any evidence you have that President Trump did anything wrong, that we should be having an impeachment of the President of the United States and a removal from office? I mean, you're really showing your colors sometimes, some of you, definitely your outlets. And I would say that's not your job, respectfully, and I do mean it respectfully. It's not your job to be an advocate or activist. It's your job to be a reporter. So I think that if you're going to cover this at all, you need to continually report what the two presidents of the countries in question said to each other, said about aid, didn't say about aid. I still don't see in the transcript any mention of 2020, any mention of Joe Biden as some spooky, scary political rival. I think Joe Biden doesn't even know when he's in Iowa, he thinks it's Ohio. So who the heck is afraid of Joe Biden?
Should he be made to testify, Kellyanne?
Who?
Joe Biden or
if it becomes relevant to the impeachment inquiry. But again, respectfully, I don't know what the impeachment inquiry is really about. Every single day it's different. Every single day it's, but every single day it's got one common thread, which is he said, that he said, that he said, that she thought, that he knew, that he interpreted, and he presumed.
Kellyanne, Sondland describes Rudy Giuliani's role as the White House.
I don't know what the role of Rudy Giuliani was. I just don't have visibility into that. I'm not a good source. I'm not a good.
About it here at the White House that he may have overstepped his bounds.
I just don't know what his role was.
Kellyanne, the White House, the president has said, the T-shirts behind him in Kentucky said, read the transcript. The White House is aware that that's not a full transcript, correct?
What do you think it is?
I'm just reading what it says, which is this is not a verbatim transcript of a discussion.
And?
So I'm asking you, the president says we should read the transcript. He acknowledges it's not a full transcript.
But wouldn't you acknowledge that the transcript doesn't have 8 quid pro quos in it, as was promised by 2 major media outlets? And I guess Pelosi believed that. Well, what is it? Is it a rough transcript? Do you know how these transcripts are made? Because I think that you're trying to accuse somebody of altering the transcript, where you know how these transcripts are made. People who listen in the call, and there are many.
One of the president's own White House
Then,
officials says it was amended. He asked for amendments to be made.
and what happened? And why were those amendments rejected?
Some were made, some were not.
I wouldn't call them amendments, like there are 26 that we have to our Constitution, some of which you like, but I would call them suggested edits, and they were rejected. And the New York Times and Washington Post, of all people, of all outlets, last week noted that the suggested edits by Mr. Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, would not have altered the fundamental understanding of the lawmakers about the transcript. And he made recommendations, and they weren't accepted. But the Washington Post and New York Times made clear that that wouldn't have made a difference to the overall. So I know the transcript didn't live up to the expectation, and frankly, the reporting, which has, I don't know that it's been corrected, hasn't lived up to the expectation. Everything that was said about the transcript it ended up not being true. All things that were said ended up not being completely true. And you know that is a transcript the way other transcripts are made. If you're trying to accuse something else, then say it.
Does the White House
do you think that that's any different than other transcripts are
I don't work at the White House, so I'm not given classified transcripts.
Right, but you know that people who worked in Democratic administrations have said that is how transcripts are made.
I'm just saying we would both agree that it says this is not a verbatim transcript.
But what is it?
It's apparently.
Is it a typical? Is it? No, it's not a memo. Is it a typical transcript?
It calls itself a memo.
Is it a typical transcript? Is it a typical transcript? It is the way transcripts are typically comprised.
Which is not being disputed. I'm asking you if it's.
No, it's not being articulated by you either. You want to call it a different thing. Do you see anything in there that makes you comfortable to tell your kids that you were here when a president of the United States, democratically elected with 304 electoral votes, was impeached and removed based on the document you're handling?
Does the White House think that the
Mine aren't too young to read all the crap that you write.
Then do they put this into the other server?
Why not? This president had people leaking his calls with the Mexican president and the Prime Minister of Australia week 2 of being here. So, and by the way, I've said before, I said 6 weeks ago when this started, that I don't know how the NSC and the Situation Room do their jobs do their business in terms of what goes into bin A or bin B, but I trust that they're doing their jobs the way they see fit. And it's not for me, and respectfully you, to second guess the way they do their jobs. But I have heard a number of officials who worked in previous administrations, right, left, and center, say that this is typical the way transcripts are comprised, and that this is typical the way transcripts are handled.
But it's not typical that they put him into this.
I think that you want not you, but I think people want the transcript to say something other than what it says.
I'm asking about where it was put. It was put into a very highly restricted server that's normally used.
And where is it now? And now it's not in any
Welcome everyone here to News Now. One more hour for you loaded up right here on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us. Beautiful day in downtown Phoenix and throughout the valley here. Maybe you saw some rain showers this morning or some lightning if you were up a little bit earlier this morning. I saw some about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. It was really lighting up the sky there as we looked at the calendar and we said, yeah, it's November, but it's acting kind of like it's August right now. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Welcome back to News Now. We got one more hour for you loaded up on News Now right here. Let's go out to Kentucky, though, where governor race, it was a race in Kentucky, but really the whole nation was talking about it. And right now, it is too close to call. That's according to the Associated Press. Right now, the incumbent is losing to about 5,000 votes right now. Let's hear from the challenger who is now claiming victory.
Oh, she's starting. How about over here?
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm happy to be here this morning with everyone after Kentuckians spoke loudly and clearly last night with the mandate in support of public education, Kentucky's working families, and the agenda that Andy and I have been running on for the last year and a half. We are so grateful for all of the folks who put their trust in us, and we are here today to begin moving Kentucky forward as we've been promising to do for the last year and a half. And so I would like to introduce to you Kentucky's new governor-elect, Andy Beshear.
Well, good morning. I take it everybody's well rested. I am excited to be here this morning. Want to give a few thanks first to the Ali Center and to Lonnie Ali, who is here with us today. Thank you for your support and everything you do for this community. And I have a friend that I did not have an opportunity to thank last night, and that is Mayor Greg Fisher. He worked incredibly hard in support of this campaign, and Mayor, it showed. Yeah. Last night, the election ended. It ended, and it's time to move forward with a smooth transition that we are here to do so that we can do the people's business. We have got to submit a budget, for instance, to the legislature near the end of January. That budget's going to be absolutely critical in its support of public education and of health care. And it's time we started taking the steps to put together the cabinet, the administration, and the budget that's going to be necessary to move our families forward. So I'm here this morning to announce that J. Michael Brown will serve as my transition chair. I have the utmost confidence in Michael. He has served our country in uniform. He currently serves as the Deputy Attorney General. He's previously served as a district judge here in Jefferson County and as Secretary of the Justice Cabinet. He has a long track record of exemplary public service. I could not ask for a better person to help lead this transition. We'll be announcing more members of our transition team in the coming day and in the coming week. But now, it's time to come together and to get to work. There is so much that Jacqueline and I ran on, challenges that are facing our families, from public education to pensions to health care to jobs. And to truly make that positive difference for our families, we have got to move, and we have got to move quickly. Our budget, which will come out in January, will reflect the priorities of public education, health care, and rebuilding our infrastructure. So this isn't about politics anymore. That ended last night. This is about being the best governor that I can be for the people of Kentucky. And it's about changing the tone that we have heard in Frankfort for the last 4 years. About coming together to make sure that we can work on the things that we agree on and that we can still talk to each other civilly on the things that we disagree on. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Brown.
Governor. Well, first of all, it really is one of the great honors of my life to be offered an opportunity to continue serving my country, my state, and have the confidence of Governor-elect Andy Beshear. You know, I never really intended to get into public service. I got a phone call Saturday after Thanksgiving, I don't know, 12 years ago, from another Beshear who said, I want you to make a big sacrifice, but just for a little while. And it just kind of kept going and going and going, but the more I got involved in it, the more I learned to appreciate what it means to come back and to be able to give what acumen I might have in the service of others. This is you know, it's not routine, but it's expected. I come from a background, as you can see, where we're used to changes of command. Our government, our whole system is based on changes of authority, and what distinguishes us is that it's peaceful and it's smooth. And really what will make it so smooth in our Commonwealth is people like you see standing behind me. These are the lifelong public servants who are there no matter who gets the opportunity and the privilege to hold supervisory positions. There's 30,000 of them out there, and all we are going to do now is commit to them that we will organize and make the best choices we can to put people in place so they continue the mission of serving the people. It's really that simple.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right. So today is day one of the transition. Over the next couple days, you'll hear some more announcements. They will primarily come from Michael, because I'm going to spend a little time with my kids. They deserve to see their dad a little bit more than they have the last couple weeks, but we're excited. We're excited about where we're going to take this state. We're excited about having the first active educator since Martha Lane Collins, who's going to serve as Lieutenant Governor. But I'm also excited to make sure that we can bring Kentuckians together, that we can be civil to each other again, and that there's so much that we can do together. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Mr. Beshear, have you spoken with Matt Bevin yet?
I have not.
And also, can you tell us what you think the national implications of this race is? Everybody is talking all over the news about what this means for Democrats. What does it mean for Democrats, according to you?
Well, I'm not one of the pundits, but thankfully I'm now the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I believe that this race is about our families wanting someone that cares about them, that reflects their values, and that is focused on those issues that they are anxious about at the end of the day. And those are public education, pensions, health care, and jobs. I'm not worried about what national pundits or national Democrats are saying. I'm worried about our families here in Kentucky and making sure I do a good job for them.
The question is, if the numbers hold up the way they were, you talk about uniting Kentucky, you will have gotten just less than 50% of the vote. How do you unite Kentucky, knowing how divided the state has been over the last few years, and will you appoint Republicans to cabinet positions?
Well, there's about 3 questions in there.
I try to be effective.
Yeah. No, we're going to start bringing Kentucky together by changing the tone. No more us versus them. No more this side or that side. Now, this is about focusing on those core issues, public education, pensions, health care, and jobs that are good for every single Kentucky family. I mean, just imagine having a state where we have unity of purpose, where we can all work on those areas that are good for every single family. And yes, you're going to see Republicans in our cabinet. You're going to see independents in our cabinet. All I'm going to look for are the best people who will do the best job.
Do you have any comment on Governor Bevin not conceding the election so far? He said he cited irregularities. We haven't heard anything more about it.
Well, I don't know what information he's working off of. I know that, about 5,000 votes, isn't terribly close, 80-something votes was that primary 4 years ago. We're confident in the outcome of the election, but today is about moving forward. Now, the election is over. No one else is going to cast a vote. It ended last night, and we're going to make sure that we make this transition as smooth as we can because the people of this Commonwealth have needs, and they need their next governor to be ready and to be addressing those needs immediately. I'm done with running for office. It's now time to govern.
What does this outcome say about the president's effectiveness as a campaigner?
I'm going to let national pundits talk about that one, too. I think what I know is that we saw our families come out and say they wanted a governor that is focused on Kentucky, on those core issues of public education and also of decency and of living out our values of respecting each other. Living by that golden rule where we treat all of our neighbors with respect and we realize that we are all each other's neighbors. Even people of another political party and even people who disagree with you. In Kentucky, we still expect our leaders and everyone else to be civil with each other. I believe this race was about those areas where, in Kentucky, we need to do so much better.
You've emphasized multiple times now that the election is over. Who is that message for, and what are you worried about?
Well, I'm here today to announce a transition. And we can only have a transition because the election is over. But we are excited to move into this governance stage because we believe that we can put together a leadership team, not just for a transition, but for a cabinet that can serve all Kentuckians. And that's Eastern, Western, Northern, and Central Kentucky, that we can be a group that truly governs for all of our families.
If there are lingering questions about the election, how disruptive would that be to your transition?
No, we're going to move forward. Whatever process that the governor chooses to go down, it's not going to change this overall number of votes. We are going to take the steps to move forward to make sure that we are ready. That we are ready on the day that we're inaugurated, that we are ready for that first session, that we are ready with that first budget, and that we are ready to take those steps that we have promised in week one that include rescinding that Medicaid waiver and saving health care for 95,000 Kentuckians, of giving this state a brand new Board of Education, and of restoring voting rights for more than 140,000 nonviolent felons. That's what we're focused on.
General, you've also talked about Medicaid, health care a lot.
Yes.
Are you looking at reinstating Connect, that program?
Well, we're going to look at every option that is out there to make sure that we can provide affordable and accessible health care to our people. That is both making sure that we have a robust, expanded Medicaid program, but it's also about reducing the price of pharmaceuticals. I've been aggressive as Attorney General. I'm going to use every bit of leverage as governor to reduce prices, not just for our state plan and for Medicaid, but for all of our consumers across Kentucky. And we are going to focus on insulin as one of our first steps.
Governor-elect.
Yes?
You are a Democrat.
I like the sound of that.
You, your family, you guys are longtime members of the Democratic Party. There is a presidential election next year. Is there a takeaway, though, that you would like other Democrats across the country to take away from not only your campaign, but also your win?
Well, I would hope my takeaway is for people running for office, either as Democrats, Republicans, or independents, and that you're running to serve the people of your state. And so your campaign should be about the issues that impact your state, what you want to do as governor for those families. I love this Commonwealth. I believe that our people have so much potential. And my role as governor is to help unlock that potential, to help us be the very best state we can be, to create six-figure jobs across the Commonwealth, to make sure that everybody can take their parents or their kids to see a doctor when they're sick, to make sure that everyone lives that life that they deserve to here in the Commonwealth.
You talked about your budget. You have to work with supermajorities in the House and the Senate. Can you forge alliances to get done what you want to get done?
Oh, I believe that we will absolutely be able to forge those alliances. And it's about working with people on the issues that you agree on. And yes, you may fight on the issues that you don't. But understanding that there's always that next issue that's out there that you're going to have to come back together and work on. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And part of that is changing the tone, which is what we're doing here today. It's not constantly going after each other. You know, the politics part of this is over. You know, it's time for governance, and that's a tone where we respect everyone, regardless of what party they're in.
Can you move on as you want to do and begin without Governor Bevin acknowledging what happened last night?
Well, I think we're moving on with our transition today.
Have you or has your campaign heard about these irregularities that the governor is referencing?
No.
Who are you going to appoint as Attorney General for the last month or so? What would be your term?
Well, I've reached out and left a message with Daniel Cameron. I'm going to talk to him about that issue. You know, he won that election. I want to make sure that I get his thoughts. That's, again, part of, you know, changing the tone where we can all work together. And I want to make sure he has some input in that.
Would you like to see Daniel Cameron take over as AG early as a smooth transition then?
Well, we'll have to look through all those possibilities. You know, I haven't had a lot of time since last night to think about that, but Daniel and I are going to talk about that before I talk about it publicly.
Jack, how are you going to handle your role as an educator and becoming lieutenant governor? I don't know exactly how.
Well.
But are you going to be leaving the school to go to Frankfurt?
Yes, sir. I've been on a leave of absence during the campaign, and so I will officially end that leave of absence and join, obviously, the administration, make it official.
Mixed feelings in doing so?
Yeah, you know, those kids that we work with every day mean so much to us, and being able to have an impact at the ground level with our families and our communities means a lot to me, and that's going to be hard. But I do look forward to the opportunity to be able to have an impact for all Kentucky kids across this Commonwealth, working with some pretty great partners standing here behind me. So, yeah.
General, were you up 15 to 20 percentage points over Bevin?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of polls that were out there, Jack. I'm not sure I saw that one.
The president says he narrowed the gap.
You know, I don't know what information other people had on hand, but, you know, the election ended last night. Today, we are moving past politics into governance, being focused on public education, pensions, health care, and jobs, and changing the tone so that we can be an administration that serves every family.
Back to politics. What are your outcomes about McConnell McGrath in 2020?
Well, I think that the national pundits will talk about that. I just hope it means that every election that we see in Kentucky focuses on the critical needs of our families. Think, if we had an election where the entire time was a discussion of how we could better help our families out there, I think that could help Kentucky. That could help politics, too.
Can you talk a little bit about the closeness of the race? Will that make it difficult to build those relationships across the aisle?
Well, it's in the closest race I've run.
Well, let's just talk about this.
No, I believe that you know, now that the election is over, that it gives me an opportunity to prove myself to every single Kentuckian out there, whether they voted for me or not. Because regardless of how they voted, I'm going to serve as their governor, and regardless of how they voted, I'm going to try to be a good governor for them. You know, I've known a few governors. I didn't just want to be one. I want to govern well. And I believe governing well is governing for every single family. And if anyone still has lingering feelings from last night, I'd say just wait and watch how we do. Watch how we approach this. Watch how we work really hard every single day.
Logistically, how long can this process take now? I mean, if the governor doesn't concede, how long can he drag this thing out before Kentucky knows who is the governor next?
Well, there's got to be a swearing in early December, but this race, this outcome isn't going to change. It's over. Now we are moving forward to make sure that we have that type of smooth transition to where we can serve our people that very next day. And I believe that Governor Bevin, after deciding whatever his options are or what he's going to do, will help in that transition. We have seen it from governors of all different parties, and I believe that he's going to do the right thing and make sure that we are ready to go on day one.
Have you spoken to any Republican legislators since you declared victory last night?
I've left a number of messages, especially for those that are in leadership. I've also called and left messages to congratulate each of the winners on the down ticket. I've received a couple messages back from Mike Harmon and Michael Adams.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
privilege.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now, live look at the Capitol here. And what I want to do right now is play back the full moments there from Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana talking about the situation that is happening next week, with the first impeachment hearings going to be open to the public starting on Wednesday. Let's bring this to you. A Republican from Louisiana, Senator John Neely Kennedy.
Asked, allegedly, for the investigation of a political rival. That's Speaker Pelosi's position. That's Chairman Schiff's position. But the alternative scenario is that the president asked for an investigation of possible corruption in which a political rival may have been involved. And there is a mighty difference between those two. The latter is in the national interest, the former is in the public interest. And I think, and I continue to believe, that the sole and only issue in this case, from a criminal and a civil and a legal and frankly a moral point of view, is what was the president's motive? What was his mens rea? What was his state of mind? Did he have a good faith basis for asking for an investigation? And I think all this quid pro quo stuff, I think we've reached the point where many people are just mouthing the words quid pro quo, and they don't understand the significance, if any, to the legal analysis.
You mentioned, of course, this is still in the House. You haven't had a chance to cross-examine, to get a sense of the witness, any of that. But given what you have seen so far, are you concerned that it may be inappropriate? Do you have more questions rather than fewer?
Well, sure I have more questions because I haven't been allowed to see the trial. I mean, as I said yesterday, Chairman Schiff seems to be very proud of himself for adopting the rules that the House adopted. I would point out two things. Number one, it's clear based on the vote in the House, we have a partisan impeachment. We've never had one of those in the history of the United States. And the political overtones of this are just obvious to any fair-minded person. I think, number two, the second point I would make is I don't think any fair-minded American, other than the well-intentioned crankwings, can look at Chairman Schiff and Speaker Pelosi and think they're impartial. They can't. And number three, you know, am I pleased that the chairman is opening up the hearings after all the critical testimony's been held in secret? Yes, but you know, if is it progress if you teach a cannibal how to use a knife and fork? You're still dealing with a cannibal, and I'm not saying that Adam is a cannibal. I'm just saying that this process has been tainted from the beginning, and for the life of me, I do not understand as a tactical move why the chairman and the speaker would have insisted on not allowing the American people to see this live testimony. Yes, before you rudely interrupted, you were asking a question.
Can you explain why you and Senator Rand Paul want to have tried to get your colleagues, Senate Republican colleagues, to bring in Hunter Biden or Joe Biden when this possible impeachment would reach the Senate for a trial?
Well, number one, I don't speak for Rand. Number two, I'm not Rand. I'm taller than him. He's about here. Rand, it's been my experience, is a very intelligent road warrior. And Rand believes very strongly, I don't speak for him, but I've talked about this issue with him. Rand believes very strongly that this entire endeavor reeks with politics. Rand does not believe, and I agree with him on this, that it is possible to litigate the president's motives with respect to asking for a possible investigation without litigating what, if anything, Hunter Biden was doing in Ukraine. And I do not think, and I think Rand would agree with this, I do not think it is possible to fairly litigate this entire issue without answering a second very straightforward question. What did Hunter Biden do for the money? What did Hunter Biden do for the money? And I don't think any of us have the answer to that. But I predict we will before this is over with.
I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding your position here.
Sure.
So, and I know it's not your favorite phrase, but on the quid pro quo, you mentioned there are appropriate ones and inappropriate quid pro quo.
Yes.
Are you saying that there's an instance in which it could be appropriate for the president or the White House to be withholding military aid to try and push for Ukraine to investigate the Bidens?
Yeah, very good question. You ought to go to law school. It's a pretty good question. Here's a legitimate quid pro quo. Well, here's an illegitimate quid pro quo. I am going to withhold the aid if you don't investigate my political rival. That's an illegal, unethical, inappropriate quid pro quo. Here's an appropriate quid pro quo. I've got $400 million of American taxpayer money here. Before I give it to a government that has a history of corruption, I want a possible investigation of these credible claims that there has been corruption, maybe involving the son of an American official. And if I am in good faith and have a good faith basis for asking that question, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about it. If pick any country you want to. If you were president, let's don't personalize it. Any president, President Clinton, President Obama, President Bush, if they knew before they released the money, there was a substantial risk that the money might be stolen by people who were still involved in the government that had been involved in past instances of alleged corruption, I don't think any American would fault the president for saying, hey, wait a minute, before I release this money, I need some answers here. And that's what we're going to be litigating here. What was the president's motivation? Now, it is relevant that the president did not ask for a investigation. Let me start over. It is relevant that the president did not ask here for an investigation, for example, of Elizabeth Warren. Had he done that, it would have been inappropriate. Nor do I think he would have done that, because it has not been alleged that Elizabeth Warren's daughter or son had received lucrative contracts in Ukraine when she was in charge of America's foreign affairs with Ukraine. And you cannot, in analyzing this case, you cannot ignore that fact. I'm not saying it's proven. I'm not saying that Hunter Biden did anything wrong. But I'm saying it is a fact. We can all, I think, agree on this. Vice President Obama, let me start over. President Obama placed Vice President Biden in charge of America's foreign affairs with two countries, Ukraine and China. And in both instances, his son walked away with lucrative contracts. Again, I'm not alleging that anybody did anything wrong, but you know the signal that sends to the world? America can be bought like a sack of potatoes, and it's going to be litigated in this case. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Kennedy.
Thank you.
Use and powers of the authorities being considered today? If not, explain what changes are necessary.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now, continuing to take a look at this hearing that a lot of people are talking about, the U.S. Senate hearing on the Freedom Act. Just how much does the government surveil Americans?
I'll let NSA address the CDR program.
I'll let you decide.
Who's next? Senator Leahy, is he going? Senator Whitehouse? I don't have a list of y'all. Okay.
Well, I'd like to thank the chair and ranking and the witnesses for your testimony and your service to our country. This is a critical opportunity for us to discuss the best ways to balance our responsibility for keeping Americans safe while also protecting the core protections of our Constitution, our civil liberties that are fundamental to our democracy. Ms. Morgan, in your testimony, you emphasized that the NSA's decision to discontinue the CDR program is based on, and I think I'm quoting, balancing the program's intelligence value, associated costs, and compliance and data integrity concerns. What metrics does the NSA use to determine a program's intelligence value broadly?
Sir, thank you for your question. There's a number of factors that we take into consideration when we're looking at the value of a particular program. So one would be, are we issuing any foreign intelligence reports that contain information from this particular program? As the committee likely knows, NSA gets intelligence requirements from different interagency partners, from policymakers. And did we find intelligence that was valuable enough for us to take the time and effort to disseminate, say, an intelligence product?
And did you?
Yes, sir.
So the characterization of this CDR program as having negligible value given against massive overcollection, you would argue that at least with that metric there was value?
Yes, sir. I would say there's value. The other thing that I think might be helpful to understand is when we're fighting the counterterrorism fight, we're using different authorities to get different pieces of information, and we're trying to connect those different dots.
Mm-hmm.
It's entirely certain that you might have information from one particular authority that in and of itself, it's not binary that now I suddenly have a counterterrorism outcome. It could be that you're building upon that, and weeks, months, even in some cases years later, you have an outcome, but you'd have to trace it all the way back. Oh, that little piece of information actually did have a contribution. So you really have to consider it as part of a broader picture.
You discovered that you'd improperly collected records in this CDR database massively. Is it correct the NSA deleted all of the CDR records that it held?
NSA deleted the CDR records that we received from the providers. We were authorized to retain records that underpinned SIGINT reports. We're authorized to retain that information.
And is there any indication that the deletion of these records has actually interfered with our counterterrorism efforts? Has there been any loss in intelligence value as a result?
Sir, I think that's something that is impossible to answer. Every day we're making trade-offs. So for example, when I was an analyst, every day I would say, should I look at this piece of information? Should I look at this piece of information? Because you can't look at everything. So there's no real way to know if I've lost a piece of information that could have been valuable.
One of the arguments that's being made is that the communications landscape is changing and it's tough to predict where technology is going, and that there's new types of digital communication that bad actors might reach each other, in particular including encrypted messages. Do records from encrypted messaging services fall under the scope of either the business records or the CDR authority? Mr. Wegman, Ms. Morgan.
The question is whether you can get things that are encrypted. Is that the question?
Yes.
So the Business Records Authority could not be used to get communications content in any of that, encrypted or unencrypted. You'd need a full content FISA for that.
Sir, under the program that we're currently not operating, we're only authorized to get metadata. Things like phone number A was in contact with phone number B at this date and time. We're not authorized to get any content, any encrypted messages.
Right. But are you able to get records, that metadata, about encrypted messages?
So I'll say my answer, and I'm going to look to Mr. Wegman to correct me. My understanding is that in the law it says specific selection term is what we're authorized to seek a permission from the FISA court to collect information related to a specific selection term. So if there was a specific selection term and we got the authority from the FISC and there were metadata records, again, responsive to that, I believe we would be authorized to get that.
I think that's right. And so the same thing, I think that's right of the CDR program as Susan described it, but also true for the ordinary Business Records Authority. If we were to get what's called electronic communications transactional records, which is one of the uses that we have for 215. So that's metadata. So it might be to from information. That information is typically not encrypted. So the message itself might be encrypted, but the metadata, i.e. who's communicating with whom, what the date was, et cetera, that kind of thing, we could get that type of information. It's not encrypted generally.
With your current authorities. Let me ask you a last question, if I could, Mr. Wegman, about the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. They've made a number of suggestions regarding the role of amici in the FISC, including expanding the types of cases they can participate in, improving their access to materials, and being able to trigger appeals. If implemented, what would the impact of those changes be?
So I'm not familiar with the PCLOB's recommendations. Is it a recent report or?
I believe so.
Huh. I have not seen that. So you mentioned one was appeals?
The role of amici, essentially broadening their capacity to engage.
So I think the system right now is working pretty well. We've had amici appointed in about a half a dozen cases. They provide value, benefit to the court. It's up to the court to decide if they want an amicus to participate, which I think is appropriate. So the court can decide, would it benefit me to hear a different position, or is this essentially a routine matter where that's not necessary? So I think leaving that with the court is a good idea. On appeals, which you mentioned, we thought about this in 2015, when we worked with members of the committee to think about could the amicus file an appeal. There were constitutional issues with doing that because they're not a party to the case, so they wouldn't have standing under Article 3 to pursue an appeal themselves. So what we came up with in the current law is a certification mechanism whereby the court can certify the issue to the FISC-R, which is what we call the FISA Court of Review. Obviously, the amicus could suggest to the court that certifying the matter on appeal is appropriate, so it's kind of similar. They could have that mechanism, but we think there'd be constitutional issues with having an actual appeal right vested in the amicus. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Let me follow up with you if I can.
Okay.
I recognize I'm out of time, but I do think this is a procedural improvement that might well be worth our considering. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
Ms. Morgan, you're having to answer some tough questions here today, and you don't make this policy, do you?
No, sir, we do not set policy.
I don't know what you all did to deserve the ritual flogging that you get at the hearings like this, because I know none of you are the policymakers. But let me just ask, to me, it sounds to me like the oversight provisions in the law actually worked in the case of these call records. Let me go through that with you. First of all, the Congress writes the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which provides the authorization, but then the intelligence community has its own internal operating rules to try to comply with the law that the Congress has written. And then you have to apply to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. There is a judicial oversight. And then there is the congressional committees, the intelligence committees in the House and the Senate in particular that have oversight. Did I get that correct?
Yes, sir, and additionally, we have oversight from the executive branch in the form of DOJ and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Internal to the NSA, we have a robust compliance program. We have an Inspector General. We have a Civil Liberties and Privacy Officer who reports directly to the Director of the National Security Agency.
Well, my point is this is not a case where the FISA court caught you or Congress, through its oversight, caught the NSA doing something that it shouldn't do. This is where your own internal procedures identified a problem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The challenges that we faced when we received records that had irregularities in them were self-identified and self-reported to the overseers in all three branches of government by the National Security Agency. We took methodical steps to address those different issues that we faced to resolve them.
And again, just to recapitulate, this is foreign intelligence, correct?
Sir, this particular program, the CDR program, is focused on international terrorism. So activities associated with international terrorism, trying to get insight into those activities and putting together pieces of the puzzle to help protect the country against international terrorist activities.
And the metadata, just to go through this again, because I think it's commonly misunderstood, it's not content, right?
Sir, that's correct. We do not receive any content, and in the data irregularities, when we face those challenges and those issues, we did not receive any content. We did not receive any locational information, subscriber information, voice communications, messages of any kind. It's solely things like phone number A in contact with phone number B at this date and time.
And I know this sounds almost trite because we say it over and over and over again. We talk about connecting the dots. But that's what we're talking about here, isn't it?
Absolutely, sir. In the international terrorism fight, you're dealing with people using different technologies, communicating in different ways, trying to hide their communications. And you want to have the different tools in the toolbox, and you want to have that agility because you really just don't know what you might face in the future.
Can you tell me whether is the NSA undertaking the efforts to deal with the technical problems that it encountered with the CDR program, or have you put that, just suspended that entirely?
Sir, we've suspended that entirely. We've taken down the infrastructure that supported the program as it was instantiated.
Well, I think there are legitimate questions on whether Congress ought to reauthorize it. I hope, Mr. Chairman, we go ahead and authorize the other three pieces of this, which, as we've heard from the Attorney General and Director Wray, are essential law enforcement and counterterrorism tools in this instance. But I think it would be helpful to have some additional classified testimony with regard to examples of where these tools have been useful, things that maybe you understandably cannot talk about here in public. We certainly understand that. I just don't want us to be in a position of not reauthorizing something that might ultimately develop into a tool in this continuing changes in the strategy and tactics of terrorists, and then have a hearing like this after some Americans have been killed and wonder, why didn't the NSA, why didn't the FBI, why didn't the Department of Justice do more? And Congress is not particularly nimble when it comes to reauthorizing new laws, so I think we ought to be very careful about letting this one lapse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think very good suggestion. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Morgan, when you spoke to the House Judiciary Committee earlier this year, you declined to answer whether the CDR program had materially contributed to preventing a terrorist attack. You said you stated, and correct me if I have this wrong, but you believe that was not an appropriate measure of the CDR's program's value. Well, I don't find that answer sufficient. When we were debating the USA Freedom Act 4 years ago, the then NSA Deputy Director Chris Inglis publicly testified, that there's only one occasion when the phone records collection was uniquely valuable in a counterterrorism case. He called it a but-for connection. Now, I'd like to have at least as much transparency as we had 4 years ago. Since passage of the USA Freedom Act, on how many occasions, I'm not asking you what they were, but on how many occasions was the CDR program materially significant in preventing a terrorist attack? 5, 10, 25, 0, what?
Sir, if I may just clarify something you mentioned about what I said to the House Judiciary Committee. What I thought I said, and I don't have a transcript in front of me, is that prevention of a terrorist attack is but one metric of a program's value. It's one factor. So just to clarify that, I'm not saying that that's not a valuable factor. I'm just saying it's only one measure of value. I just want to clarify that.
But that's why I asked the question, on how many occasions has the CDR program materially significant in preventing a terrorist attack, if any?
Sir, again, and I apologize, I recognize this must be incredibly frustrating. At the time of this discussion we're having right now, that information is classified, and I'm unable to divulge.
Not even the number?
Sir, I'm not able to go into those details in an open session. I apologize.
Can you say whether it's more than 0?
Sir, I'm really uncomfortable in terms of classification.
The NSA Deputy Director before her testified there was only one occasion, that's 4 years ago. In the 702 context, the intelligence community regularly promotes that Section 702 is instrumental in preventing attacks on the homeland and removing terrorists from the battlefield. And they say that publicly. If the NSA says that about Section 702, but they're unwilling to say anything about CDR collection under Section 215, it would seem the CDR program by itself doesn't prevent terrorist attacks on the homeland.
So, sir, again.
Is my reasoning?
So again, sir, what I would say is that in the 702 context, decisions were made on what would be considered classified and not classified. I don't make those decisions, but in this context, the information you're asking me about is currently classified.
I think we are going to have a classified hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I promise you we will.
When the Director of National Intelligence at the time in August acknowledged the CDR program's relative intelligence value does not outweigh its costs, saying even by NSA's own metrics, the CDR program is not sufficiently valued to be worthwhile. Is that what I should read from that?
Sir, I would say I think you should read from that currently, absolutely, the value does not outweigh the cost.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the CDR program. These questions aren't directed at you personally. We're just trying to get some information here because we have to, like Senator Lee and I and others have to vote on these things. Mr. Wegman and Mr. Orlando, how many times has CDR information been used in criminal investigations or prosecutions by the FBI or the Justice Department? Not asking you which case, I'm just asking you how many times.
So I'm aware of one.
Okay. Orlando?
I'm not aware of any, so I would have to concur with Mr. Wigman's statement.
Thank you. Mr. Wegman, you were asked in September during the House Judiciary Committee hearing whether doorbell videos from the home security company Ring could be obtained with a Section 215 order. You said you believe so, but you'd have to check that and confirm. Okay, that was a couple of months ago. And so now I'll ask you 2 months later, can the government obtain a Ring video under Section 215? And what about heart rate data from a Fitbit or photographs stored in the cloud?
Yeah, so let me answer that question. During the House Judiciary Committee, what I said was that I could definitely see that surveillance video would be relevant and would meet the relevant standard of a business records request. So that's something that would be within the scope of records that you could seek with a business records order. I think whether any particular surveillance video would be obtainable would depend on the particular facts. So let's take, for example, you're at a bank, an ATM machine where they have a camera, or they have at a gas station, they have a surveillance camera at the gas station, and there's a terrorist that stops him for gas or whatever, you want to get that video. I think in that context, that's something that you could get with a subpoena in an ordinary criminal case, and you could probably get that therefore with a business records order. Other types of systems where ECPA, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, might come into play because you're storing that video with a provider would raise different issues, right, in that scenario, because that's more like stored content for which might be protected by the Fourth Amendment, would be something you could not get with a warrant. So just to clarify, it really depends on the facts. What I was saying in the House side was that it is not like ruled out that you can't get surveillance video. It would depend on the facts and in the particular case as to whether you could get it. If you could get it in a criminal case, you could get it with a business records order. If you get it with a subpoena. If it's something that's protected by the Fourth Amendment, absolutely, we could not get it. You could not get Fourth Amendment protected content with a business records order. So does that answer your question?
It comes very close to answering.
Okay.
And I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to follow up if there's other aspects to that.
That was fascinating. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of you for your willingness to serve our country in an effort to make us safer while protecting our privacy rights. As I've said before, our privacy and our security are not at odds with one another. Our privacy is, in fact, part of our security. We are not truly secure unless our privacy rights are also protected. I want to thank Senator Leahy for his work with me on these issues over the years. Senator Leahy and I have been aligned. There's been no distance, no daylight between us on these issues. And one of the many issues that we've covered, in addition to introducing the USA Freedom Act together, relates to something that you, Mr. Wegman, mentioned just a minute ago, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. This is a law passed when I was in the 8th grade, and it's a law passed at a time when no one had personal computers, no one had email, outside of a small handful of people in government and academia no one had email. And as I read that law, it does give the government access not only to metadata surrounding email, but also to the content of email, as long as that email has ripened to the age of 6 months. This is stunning. So coupled with the authorities that we're talking about here, I think that ought to be of concern to every American. Most Americans are very concerned when they find out that this is the case. In fact, most Americans are very concerned when they find out about most of these authorities. It's one of the reasons why these hearings are so important and why I hope to make them not just a regular, but a monthly occurrence. And if we need to have some of these in the SCIF, so be it. But we need to get answers to these questions. Mr. Weigman and Mr. Orlando, I'll start with you. What's the FBI's working definition of tangible things in the context of business records?
Our definition is per what's in the provision: books, records, papers, document, other items, airline records, hotel accommodations, storage facilities, vehicle rentals. It also provides for some sensitive items such as library circulation records, book sales, book customer lists, firearm sales records, tax records, educational returns, those types of documents. We would need a higher level of approval. These are the same things that could be gotten by a grand jury.
Okay, so would that definition encompass medical records?
According to the provision, yes.
And would medical records also include and not exclude from its purview mental health records?
So I think with all of these, we would have to show relevance, that this information is relevant to the investigation.
I understand that, but it still fits within the definition.
I believe so, but on each individual case, and I'll defer to Mr. Weigman, is that we would have to look at, does this violate a Fourth Amendment issue, in which case we would have to go for a search warrant.
To answer your question, Senator Lee, it's right in the statute, because in section 1861A13, it talks about the fact that you can apply for the production of, as is mentioned, library records, book sales, book customer lists, tax return records, educational records, or medical records. It's in the statute that Congress has given us, so it's expressly addressed.
Understood. DNA test results also, presumably. People enter into a contract.
And again, just to be clear, we're talking about the more exotic things. We are not using this authority to get these types of records. It's not clear what the relevance would be in any particular case. It's just that it's possible, it's conceivable, this could come up. But these are not the garden variety uses of the Business Records Authority. I want to be very clear about that. The things that we're getting typically, as I mentioned earlier, electronic communications transactional records we get shipping records, we get driver's license records, things like that. So
I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you were absolutely correct in pointing out you were administering a statute that was passed by Congress. You are not the lawmaker. We are the lawmaking body within the federal government. We made this law, and you're telling us what it says. Our job is to figure out whether and to what extent we should reauthorize those and whether and to what extent we ought to change it. I think most Americans would be alarmed to find out the ease with which the federal government could, more or less on a whim, as long as it can check a few necessary boxes, obtain someone's medical records, including mental health records, obtain tax records, including what charitable organization or church or synagogue or mosque they happen to donate to, the records of their searches on Google or other internet search platforms, their conversations as overheard by Amazon's Alexa or other similar technologies. And so when you put this much power in the hands of the federal government, one has to worry. The fact that you don't use them all the time is not, in my mind, a satisfactory response from our standpoint. Again, this says nothing about you and about what you're saying. We're talking about us as lawmakers and whether or not it's a complete dereliction of our duty to protect the Fourth Amendment rights of the American people to give this much power in the first place to government officials. If you asked most of King George III's officers if they were inclined to abuse writs of assistance, or if they were inclined to abuse general warrants, they'd say no. We only use this for good things, for the king, for the country, for God. And they would claim that they didn't abuse them. You ask most British subjects, including and especially most American colonists at the time, and they would take quite a different view. One of the many things that worries me about this is the fact that we're told that a number of these things will very rarely ever be sought. And yet, given the evidentiary standard that is deemed permissible to obtain these records, This is of great, great concern to many Americans, including and especially me.
All right, a definitely interesting hearing there on the U.S. Senate side, talking about just how much the government is looking into phone calls and other situations in the tech industry as well as everyday Americans. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us today here on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us. Taking a look at the markets here, up just about 5 points there in the green. That's going to do it for us today here on News Now. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We will see you tomorrow. And coming up next right here is Caught in Providence.
Everybody good? Okay, close enough. Well, good morning. Reminder, my name is John Thormer. I'm a captain with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and I've got some more information to report to you regarding the 2 inmates that escaped from our county jail back on Sunday. And the news is they've been both found and both arrested. What took place was about midnight last night. The 2 individuals tried to walk back into the country down at the U.S.-Mexico border. We had received information that they were in the area of Tijuana. Once we received that information, we notified the Customs Border and Protection Agency, and they were able to locate them trying to walk back into the country. Before I go into more details, one of the most important parts of this is the cooperation between the Sheriff's Office and all the allied agencies. Customs Borders Patrol, the Marshal Service have both been a huge help. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, along with the Salinas Police Department, and then with yesterday's possible sighting, the help of the Marina Police Department, the California State University Monterey Bay Police Department, and state parks were invaluable for us to be able to investigate that lead. So, again, they came across about midnight last night. Customs Borders Patrol located them and arrested them. They notified us. Our detectives left immediately, and we took custody of them about 5 a.m. this morning. They are currently en route back to Monterey County, and they again will be housed at the Monterey County Jail. I can't go in enough praise for our Sheriff's Office detectives. They did an outstanding job. Coming Sunday, when this came to light, they hit the ground running. They've been working tirelessly ever since then, again with the Marshal Service. They provided untold amount of help and effort and technical assistance in this. Coupled with the FBI, it's been a tremendous team effort to find these 2. So with that, questions?
You said they're en route back here and they're going to be housed in your jail. What precautions or changes are you taking so that they don't get out again? And can you provide further information, background on the crimes that they were in jail for?
The crimes they were in jail for, they were both in for very violent crimes, up to and including homicide, and I believe for at least one of them, gang enhancements with that homicide. As far as improvements at the jail, I mentioned yesterday we've done at least 3 security improvements to that one particular housing unit, and before anybody asks, no, they are not going to be housed in the same housing unit. They're going to a separate housing unit where they will be housed alone, meaning they will not be housed in the same area. They'll be in different rooms, and we will take every precaution possible to make sure that we do not have another escape.
John, did they have a prior relationship before they were housed together at the jail? Are they friends from growing up here, or do they have any history together?
There's no history that I'm aware of. I know they were both born and raised in the city of Salinas, but as far as any prior friendship prior to becoming in custody, there's none that I'm aware of.
Do you have a timeline for what they did between the time they got out and the time they were captured?
The only timeline I have is discovered they were missing Sunday morning at about 8:15 in the morning, and Border Protection took them in custody midnight last night.
Any indication they were actually in Marina?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, you don't have, I was gonna say, if you could explain what you guys think happened in Marina, and if they were there, how they ended up in the border.
Okay, so what took place in Marina? Yesterday, for those that don't know, we've got of course, hindsight being what it is, we got a very credible report, and we thought that Mr. Salazar was in the Motel 6 in Marina. We had a person call in, which is exactly what we've been trying to do. Get the information out there, get people to know, hey, if you see them, if you think you see them, call us so we can investigate and find out. And that's what last night was. We had a person who thought she had seen Mr. Salazar. We had gone through investigative steps to do everything we could to confirm that. It all looked like we had Mr. Salazar in a motel room there. We got a warrant signed by a judge to go in and get him. Unfortunately, last night, he wasn't there. Now, people are going to ask, was he in Marina and then traveled to Mexico? I do not know. I do not know. All I do know is both of them were arrested coming back across the border last night about midnight, and we took custody of them at 5 a.m., and they're on their way back.
Yes. In Mexico, why were they trying to get back into the United States?
I wish I knew the answer to that question. I do not know right now.
So
yes.
At midnight, Captain, did they drive down? How did they get down to the Mexico?
I don't know how they got to the border. I do know they were trying to walk across to get back into the United States.
So
yes.
to clarify, they went into Mexico and then they were coming back.
We had information that they were in the Tijuana area and they were trying to come back into the United States. We notified Border Patrol to that information that we had, and they located them trying to enter the country.
So what are you guys expecting them to arrive here in Monterey County?
They should be back in the next couple hours. I don't know exactly. Two of our detective sergeants, again, who've been working tirelessly to find these two individuals, have done untold amount of work, along with the detectives with the sheriff's office, to track these guys down. Again, with the Marshal Service, a tremendous amount of help from them. They picked them up. They're traveling back. I don't know exactly where they are right now, nor would I release that because of the nature of the two people they are transporting. But what I will do as soon as they get in, I'll let everybody know that we have them in the jail.
Did they have the outside help while they were on
The additional charges, the easy one is escape. They escaped from the county jail. They were in custody for those violent charges to include homicide, so we will be sending over a request to file at least escape charges for both of them.
Man,
Yes.
do you think they had any outside help while they were on the loose?
Not that I'm aware of right now, but that's a big part of the investigation that is still ongoing. Just because they're back in custody doesn't mean we're going to stop doing our job to investigate the crimes. We'll find out everything we possibly can about how did they get from, everybody wants to know how they got from Salinas to Mexico. We'll do everything we can to figure that out.
How did they get into Mexico, Captain?
I do not know.
Was anyone with them when they were captured?
Not that I'm aware of.
And why? Do you have any idea why they were traveling together? I mean, they escaped together, but they could have gone their separate ways. Why did they, if you know, why they chose to stay together and both travel to TJ and then both try to walk back into the U.S.?
I do not know why they were still together. We've gotten that question a couple times over the last couple days. Were they together? Were they not together? And until their arrest, I don't know if we knew if they were together or not. I do know they were arrested together. That's an excellent question that we will ask in their interview. Yes.
Has there been any added security measures implemented since they escaped?
Yes.
What are they?
I'm not going to go into specifically what they are, okay? But we did add 3 different security measures to the housing unit which they were previously housed in. They will not be in that same housing unit.
Were their jail clothes found?
My understanding is a couple of their jail clothes were found, understanding they wear different layers of clothes. They were not running around without clothes on. I believe it was an exterior, what we call a jumpsuit, which is everybody's used to seeing inmates in stripes and kind of stuff, whether they're black and white, green and white, or red and white. That's what I believe was found. So
where were they found?
it was outside of the jail. I don't know exactly where. One more question, please.
Yeah, and just to confirm, so was it a tip, someone saw them in Tijuana, or was it just they were seen as they were attempting to cross?
No, like we did yesterday with Marina, somebody called and said, hey, I think I see them. I think they're here. That's the information we got. We forwarded to the Border Protection and the Marshal Service. Again, I can't speak more highly than I can't give any greater praise to our allied agencies, to include the Marshal Service, the FBI, Border Protection, our local agencies, to include Salinas Police Department, the Marina Police Department, CSUMB, PD, and the state parks for their invaluable help yesterday. The good news here is they're in custody again. They'll be at we'll house them at the county jail. They'll stay in the county jail until their cases that they're in custody for go through the court, and whatever outcome of that trial comes, they'll be transferred or released from that point forward. Thank you.
It was the Border Patrol or the Marshal Service that made the arrest?
The Border Patrol made the arrest, but I can't go far enough to tell you how much help the marshals were. They were invaluable in tracking these guys down and all the resources. And it could be so much as eliminating people or leads that we didn't need to follow up on because of their work. They were great. They were great. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
There are updated pictures of these guys in custody?
When they come into custody, we'll get those. We'll get those out.
No documents in response to 6 document requests. And the company failed to search for responsive documents associated with Facebook's executives and very senior executives. Today, we are asking the court to require Facebook to respond to these legitimate legal requests issued by the California Department of Justice. We also encourage anyone who has information regarding misconduct by Facebook or any other participant in the tech industry to contact our office. You can do so by calling a toll-free number, 1-800-952-5225, or you can do so by going online to oag.ca.gov/report. I want to be extremely clear that today's announcement is about today's court filing, in which we petitioned the court to compel Facebook to respond to legitimately and legally authorized subpoenas. I also want to remind everyone that one of the other means we have to hold the tech industry accountable to the people of California is the California Consumer Privacy Act, which will become effective as law next year. Our office is in the midst of rulemaking with regard to that law to provide the regulations that will help us enforce the new privacy protections that Californians will have in the use of the internet. We want to make sure that we are getting these rules right and getting input from the people of California. This is a conversation about your data and your privacy. That's why we want to hear from you. The comment period for this rulemaking process is open until December the 6th of this year, and there are several ways you can share your thoughts with us. You can submit a written comment. You can do so by mail to Privacy Regulations Coordinator, California Office of the Attorney General. Address would be 300 South Spring Street, first floor, Los Angeles, 90013. Obviously, this information can be made available later as well. You can send us an email to privacyregulations@doj.ca.gov, or you can share your thoughts in person at one of the 4 public hearings we'll be holding across the state in the coming weeks. Those hearings will be in Sacramento on the 2nd of December, in Los Angeles on the 3rd of December, San Francisco the 4th of December, and in Fresno on the 5th of December. Having said that, I hope that Californians will understand that we need your help to make sure we protect you when you use the internet. We will do all we can. We'll do it as best we can with the team of people you see standing here. We'll do it without disclosing your personal information. We'll do it without discussing it with the media or others who might be interested in what we're doing. And we do all of those things for the purpose of prevailing in any action we have to take to enforce your rights under California and U.S. law. And so today's announcement is for the purpose of making clear we will act when we must, and today we make this information public because we have no choice. We will take any questions you might have at this stage. Yes. Give me your name and identify your affiliation.
Yeah, David Ingram with NBC News. So I understand this investigation began with the Cambridge Analytica revelations, but it's expanded beyond that scope since then. And how would you describe what the investigation has been?
And so, David, I suspect the response I give you is going to be similar to the response I give to any number of questions you might ask. We're announcing today because we wanted to make sure you understood what we were doing. You will read the documents, the petition we filed. You'll see the subpoenas that we actually issued, and you'll be able to see some of what we're doing. But we're not here to discuss what we're doing. We're here to simply announce what we have done in today's filing, because we don't want you all to have to speculate about what we're doing. We had not previously in the 18 months announced that we were doing any type of investigation, but at this stage, because our filing is public and available to anyone in the public, we want to make sure it's clear what we've done. But I cannot get into the guts of this investigation or any other potential investigation. I can only speak to you to what is in the petition and in the subpoenas, which probably makes your questions pretty directed. Yes, give us your name.
Paresh from Reuters. What's so important about these communications between Mark Zuckerberg, Sheryl Sandberg, the other executives? Why is it so important to your investigation?
We have to uncover facts. The only way to do so is to collect the information that lets us know what was going on. And so whether it's the senior executives or whether it was others who might have been involved in activities that we may find were illegal, we have to uncover those facts. And so we issued the subpoenas. We request responses to interrogatories so we can get information, so we understand where we can go in our investigation and what ultimately we can do.
Have you already looked at the communications that have come out in the 643 lawsuit, 4,000 pages of documents?
Again, you're asking me to discuss our work, and I'm not here to discuss our work. I'm simply here to tell you what we have done today with our filing. Yes, sir. Name and affiliation.
Mike Swift, MLEX. Has Facebook told you why they're not complying with your subpoenas, and is any other step involved?
I'll let you query Facebook. I'm not going to try to characterize what they've said to us. That again, that's part of our investigative work. Yes, sir.
I'm curious, what advantages you think you have going at this level? Why not team up with other states?
As I've said in response to some questions, how do you know what we are and are not doing? How do you know we're not teaming up with others? This is the only thing we can tell you today is that we had to file this petition because we weren't getting the responses that we believed we were due lawfully. But I'm not giving you anything beyond that, and certainly not telling you the scope of what we might be doing and with whom we might be doing it with. Again, I apologize, but we're not here to discuss the investigation. We're here to make sure we answer any questions you might have about the specific filing. I think that helped narrow down the scope of questions. Yes, sir. Give it.
Brown from Policy and Regulatory Report. What's next? What comes next?
Probably a lot of things, but I can't tell you. We're going to continue to do the work. We hope to get responses to the legitimately requested information, and then we'll continue the work that we're doing in this investigation. And if there are people who have information that we haven't yet learned about, I hope they will share it with us. They'll contact us, and we'll try to develop this investigation the way we do any other.
I'm sorry, I mean specifically on this legal process.
Okay. So we have to wait now to see if we can be before the court and find out if the court will agree with us that Facebook has not been responsive to our requests, our legal requests for information. And we hope that the court will act to give us not only the enforcement powers, but ultimately get us the information that we seek from Facebook. Yes, sir.
Do you anticipate similar filings against other tech companies?
Anytime we engage in an investigation and we issue lawful subpoenas and requests for information, we hope that the subjects of those subpoenas will respond. We don't know if and when they will, and we have to hope that they will act in good faith. But when they don't, we use the means that are in front of us, and those include asking the court for an order instructing that subject of the investigation to comply. Yes. I don't know if I can give you the specific response, but maybe what I can do is ask Mike to respond there. Mike, give your name and spell it.
Mike Osgood, Osgood. We're filing this petition in San Francisco, the city and county, because primarily the investigation is being conducted in the city and county of San Francisco, and the applicable law directs us that's where we should file the petition.
Other questions? Sure. Hoy anunciamos que hemos tomado acción judicial en la Corte, pidiendo a la Corte que nos ayude a conseguir la información que hemos pedido legalmente de la compañía Facebook para una investigación que hemos conducido por un tiempo, más de un año. Desafortunadamente, hasta este momento, Facebook no ha dado la respuesta necesaria a las preguntas y las pedidas por información que creemos necesarias, y ahora tuvimos que tomar el paso de pedirle a la Corte que nos dé una orden exigiendo que Facebook conteste las preguntas y las demandas que hemos presentado para información sobre las prácticas, el negocio que conduce, porque queremos investigar si Facebook ha violado las leyes y violado los derechos de los californianos en cuanto a la privacidad de su información. Any final questions? Yes.
Can you sort of maybe walk us through how, under CCPA, investigation process over the last year would be different, or would be enhanced, or improved? Like, given what's transpired in this investigation so far, and Facebook's lack of cooperation, would it be any different under CCPA starting January 1st?
And when you take a look at the petition and the subpoenas, you'll get a sense of some of the information that we're seeking. And if you then look at the new internet privacy law that we have, you'll get a sense that consumers in California will have more ownership and control over their data. If, for example, you restrict, under our new laws, you restrict a company's use or dissemination or access to your personal data, there are now legal consequences that come as a result of that under the CCPA. If indeed some of our work and our investigation relates to the dissemination of restricted data, you can now see how the new consumer privacy law over the internet will have an impact more directly, because now we will have a statute in place that speaks directly to the unlawful dissemination of someone's personal data. And so CCPA, this new law that only California has, again, I think that's important to state. There is no other state in the nation, the federal government, no one else has this level of protection for its consumers when it comes to the use of the internet. The Europeans have a similar law. It differs in many degrees, but they have moved forward. But in America, this is the only law in place to try to help protect your privacy in meaningful ways. And so it will be a watershed moment come next year when this law takes effect and we are able to start enforcing it.
Whereas today, if you do find privacy violations, most you can do is
It's tougher. We have to rely on consumer protection laws. We have to rely on any other law that might relate to privacy, and see how we can fit it within the confines of those laws to show that there's been a violation. This speaks far more directly now under the CCPA to how consumers, as I said, have ownership and control of their data. Okay. Thank you all very much for attending today. Thanks, guys.
Oh, she's starting. How about over here?
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm happy to be here this morning with everyone after Kentuckians spoke loudly and clearly last night with the mandate in support of public education, Kentucky's working families, and the agenda that Andy and I have been running on for the last year and a half. We are so grateful for all of the folks who put their trust in us, and we are here today to begin moving Kentucky forward as we've been promising to do for the last year and a half. And so I would like to introduce to you Kentucky's new governor-elect, Andy Beshear.
Well, good morning. I take it everybody's well rested. I am excited to be here this morning. Want to give a few thanks first to the Ali Center and to Lonnie Ali, who is here with us today. Thank you for your support and everything you do for this community. And I have a friend that I did not have an opportunity to thank last night, and that is Mayor Greg Fisher. He worked incredibly hard in support of this campaign, and Mayor, it showed. Yeah. Last night, the election ended. It ended, and it's time to move forward with a smooth transition that we are here to do so that we can do the people's business. We have got to submit a budget, for instance, to the legislature near the end of January. That budget's going to be absolutely critical in its support of public education and of health care. And it's time we started taking the steps to put together the cabinet, the administration, and the budget that's going to be necessary to move our families forward. So I'm here this morning to announce that J. Michael Brown will serve as my transition chair. I have the utmost confidence in Michael. He has served our country in uniform. He currently serves as the Deputy Attorney General. He's previously served as a district judge here in Jefferson County and as Secretary of the Justice Cabinet. He has a long track record of exemplary public service. I could not ask for a better person to help lead this transition. We'll be announcing more members of our transition team in the coming day and in the coming week. But now, it's time to come together and to get to work. There is so much that Jacqueline and I ran on, challenges that are facing our families, from public education to pensions to health care to jobs. And to truly make that positive difference for our families, we have got to move, and we have got to move quickly. Our budget, which will come out in January, will reflect the priorities of public education, health care, and rebuilding our infrastructure. So this isn't about politics anymore. That ended last night. This is about being the best governor that I can be for the people of Kentucky. And it's about changing the tone that we have heard in Frankfort for the last 4 years. About coming together to make sure that we can work on the things that we agree on and that we can still talk to each other civilly on the things that we disagree on. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Brown.
Governor. Well, first of all, it really is one of the great honors of my life to be offered an opportunity to continue serving my country, my state, and have the confidence of Governor-elect Andy Beshear. You know, I never really intended to get into public service. I got a phone call Saturday after Thanksgiving, I don't know, 12 years ago, from another Beshear who said, I want you to make a big sacrifice, but just for a little while. And it just kind of kept going and going and going, but the more I got involved in it, the more I learned to appreciate what it means to come back and to be able to give what acumen I might have in the service of others. This is a, you know, it's not routine, but it's expected. I come from a background, as you can see, where we're used to changes of command. Our government, our whole system is based on changes of authority, and what distinguishes us is that it's peaceful and it's smooth. And really what will make it so smooth in our Commonwealth is people like you see standing behind me. These are the lifelong public servants who are there no matter who gets the opportunity and the privilege to hold supervisory positions. There's 30,000 of them out there, and all we are going to do now is commit to them that we will organize and make the best choices we can to put people in place so they continue the mission of serving the people. It's really that simple.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right.
So today is day one of the transition. Over the next couple days, you'll hear some more announcements. They will primarily come from Michael, because I'm going to spend a little time with my kids. They deserve to see their dad a little bit more than they have the last couple weeks. But we're excited. We're excited about where we're going to take this state. We're excited about having the first active educator since Martha Lane Collins, who's going to serve as Lieutenant Governor. And I'm also excited to make sure that we can bring Kentuckians together, that we can be civil to each other again, and that there's so much that we can do together. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Mr. Beshear, have you spoken with Matt Bevin yet?
I have not.
And also, can you tell us what you think the national implications of this race is? Everybody is talking all over the news about what this means for Democrats. What does it mean for Democrats, according to you?
Well, I'm not one of the pundits, but thankfully I'm now the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I believe that this race is about our families wanting someone that cares about them, that reflects their values, and that is focused on those issues that they are anxious about at the end of the day. And those are public education, pensions, health care, and jobs. I'm not worried about what national pundits or national Democrats are saying. I'm worried about our families here in Kentucky and making sure I do a good job for them.
The question is, if the numbers hold up the way they were, you talk about uniting Kentucky, you will have gotten just less than 50% of the vote. How do you unite Kentucky, knowing how divided the state has been over the last few years, and will you appoint Republicans to cabinet positions?
Well, there's about 3 questions in there.
I try to be effective.
No, we're going to start bringing Kentucky together by changing the tone. No more us versus them. No more this side or that side. Now, this is about focusing on those core issues, public education, pensions, health care, and jobs that are good for every single Kentucky family. I mean, just imagine having a state where we have unity of purpose, where we can all work on those areas that are good for every single family. And yes, you're going to see Republicans in our cabinet. You're going to see independents in our cabinet. All I'm going to look for are the best people who will do the best job.
Do you have any comment on Governor Bevin not conceding the election so far? He said he cited irregularities. We haven't heard anything more about it.
Well, I don't know what information he's working off of. I know that, about 5,000 votes? Isn't terribly close, 80-something votes was that primary 4 years ago. We're confident in the outcome of the election, but today is about moving forward. The election is over. No one else is going to cast a vote. It ended last night, and we're going to make sure that we make this transition as smooth as we can, because the people of this Commonwealth have needs, and they need their next governor to be ready and to be addressing those needs immediately. I'm done with running for office. It's now time to govern.
What does this outcome say about the president's effectiveness as a campaigner?
I'm going to let national pundits talk about that one, too. I think what I know is that we saw our families come out and say they wanted a governor that is focused on Kentucky, on those core issues of public education and also of decency and of living out our values of respecting each other, living by that golden rule where we treat all of our neighbors with respect, and we realize that we are all each other's neighbors. Even people of another political party and even people who disagree with you. In Kentucky, we still expect our leaders and everyone else to be civil with each other. I believe this race was about those areas where, in Kentucky, we need to do so much better.
You've emphasized multiple times now that the election is over. Who is that message for, and what are you worried about?
Well, I'm here today to announce a transition, and we can only have a transition because the election is over. But we are excited to move into this governance stage because we believe that we can put together a leadership team, not just for a transition, but for a cabinet that can serve all Kentuckians, and that's Eastern, Western, Northern, and Central Kentucky, that we can be a group that truly governs for all of our families.
If there are lingering questions about the election, how disruptive would that be to your transition?
No, we're going to move forward. Whatever process that the governor chooses to go down, it's not going to change this overall number of votes. We are going to take the steps to move forward to make sure that we are ready. That we are ready on the day that we're inaugurated, that we are ready for that first session, that we are ready with that first budget, and that we are ready to take those steps that we have promised in week one that include rescinding that Medicaid waiver and saving health care for 95,000 Kentuckians, of giving this state a brand new Board of Education, and of restoring voting rights for more than 140,000 nonviolent felons. That's what we're focused on.
General, you've also talked about Medicaid, health care a lot.
Yes.
Are you looking at reinstating Connect, that program?
Well, we're going to look at every option that is out there to make sure that we can provide affordable and accessible health care to our people. That is both making sure that we have a robust, expanded Medicaid program, but it's also about reducing the price of pharmaceuticals. I've been aggressive as Attorney General. I'm going to use every bit of leverage as governor to reduce prices, not just for our state plan and for Medicaid, but for all of our consumers across Kentucky. And we are going to focus on insulin as one of our first steps.
Governor-elect.
Yes.
You are a Democrat.
I like the sound of that.
Your family, you guys are longtime members of the Democratic Party. There is a presidential election next year. Is there a takeaway, though, that you would like other Democrats across the country to take away from not only your campaign, but also your win?
Well, I would hope my takeaway is for people running for office, either as Democrats, Republicans, or independents, and that you're running to serve the people of your state. And so your campaign should be about the issues that impact your state, what you want to do as governor for those families. I love this Commonwealth. I believe that our people have so much potential. And my role as governor is to help unlock that potential, to help us be the very best state we can be, to create six-figure jobs across the Commonwealth, to make sure that everybody can take their parents or their kids to see a doctor when they're sick, to make sure that everyone lives that life that they deserve to here in the Commonwealth.
You talked about your budget. You have to work with supermajorities in the House and the Senate. Can you forge alliances to get done what you want to get done?
Oh, I believe that we will absolutely be able to forge those alliances. And it's about working with people on the issues that you agree on. And yes, you may fight on the issues that you don't. But understanding that there's always that next issue that's out there that you're going to have to come back together and work on. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And part of that is changing the tone, which is what we're doing here today. It's not constantly going after each other. The politics part of this is over. It's time for governance, and that's a tone where we respect everyone, regardless of what party they're in.
Can you move on as you want to do and begin without Governor Bevin acknowledging what happened last night?
Well, I think we're moving on with our transition today.
Have you or has your campaign heard about these irregularities that the governor is referencing?
No.
Who are you going to appoint as Attorney General for the last month or so of what would be your term?
Well, I've reached out and left a message with Daniel Cameron. I'm going to talk to him about that issue. He won that election. I want to make sure that I get his thoughts. That's, again, part of changing the tone where we can all work together. And I want to make sure he has some input in that.
Would you like to see Daniel Cameron take over as AG early as a smooth transition then?
Well, we'll have to look through all those possibilities. I haven't had a lot of time since last night to think about that, but Daniel and I are going to talk about that before I talk about it publicly.
How are you going to handle your role as an educator and becoming lieutenant governor. I don't know exactly how.
Well.
But are you going to be leaving the school to go to Frankfurt?
Yes, sir. I've been on a leave of absence during the campaign, and so I will officially end that leave of absence and join, obviously, the administration, make it official.
Mixed feelings in doing so?
Yeah, those kids that we work with every day mean so much to us, and being able to have an impact at the ground level with our families and our communities means a lot to me, and that's going to be hard. But I do look forward to the opportunity to be able to have an impact for all Kentucky kids across this Commonwealth, working with some pretty great partners standing here behind me. So yeah.
General, were you up 15 to 20 percentage points over Bevan?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of polls that were out there, Jack. I'm not sure I saw that one.
The Preston says he narrowed the gap.
I don't know what information other people had on hand, but, the election ended last night. Today, we are moving past politics into governance, being focused on public education, pensions, health care, and jobs, and changing the tone so that we can be an administration that serves every family.
Back to politics. What are your outcomes about McConnell McGrath in 2020?
Well, I think that the national pundits will talk about that. I just hope it means that every election that we see in Kentucky focuses on the critical needs of our families. Think, if we had an election where the entire time was a discussion of how we could better help our families out there, I think that could help Kentucky. That could help politics, too.
Can you talk a little bit about the closeness of the race? Will that make it difficult to build those relationships across the aisle in Kentucky?
Well, it's in the closest race I've run.
Well, let's just talk about this.
No, I believe that now that the election is over, that it gives me an opportunity to prove myself to every single Kentuckian out there, whether they voted for me or not. Because regardless of how they voted, I'm going to serve as their governor, and regardless of how they voted, I'm going to try to be a good governor for them. I've known a few governors. I didn't just want to be one. I want to govern well. And I believe governing well is governing for every single family. And if anyone still has lingering feelings from last night, I'd say just wait and watch how we do. Watch how we approach this. Watch how we work really hard every single day.
Logistically, how long can this process take now? I mean, if the governor doesn't concede, how long can he drag this thing out before Kentucky knows who is the governor next?
Well, there's got to be a swearing in early December, but this race, this outcome isn't going to change. It's over. Now we are moving forward to make sure that we have that type of smooth transition to where we can serve our people that very next day. And I believe that Governor Bevan, after deciding whatever his options are or what he's going to do, will help in that transition. We have seen it from governors of all different parties, and I believe that he's going to do the right thing and make sure that we are ready to go on day one.
Have you spoken to any Republican legislators since you declared victory last night?
I've left a number of messages, especially for those that are in leadership. I've also called and left messages to congratulate each of the winners on the down ticket. I've received a couple messages back from Mike Harmon and Michael Adams. All right, thank you.
It's a privilege.
Good afternoon, and thanks so much for being here with us on News Now. Christy Larson here at the News Now desk with all of you, and I do have another story. This one's a little bit of a shocking situation. Here's the photo of the 63-year-old teacher who is accused of having sex with a 17-year-old student. And this is a CMS high school teacher from Huntersville, North Carolina. Her and her husband are dead after a SWAT situation in their Huntersville home just this morning. Now, according to detectives, a family member of the 63-year-old, Emma, had called 911 saying that she was armed and barricaded inside the home with her husband. Officers got to the scene. Her husband, Michael, was already deceased inside of the home from a gunshot wound. And police tell Fox 46, that's our sister station down in the area, that the teacher whose photo you're seeing here, Emma, she died from a gunshot wound inside of the home shortly after. Now, details surrounding the situation inside the home are still unclear, still being investigated by Huntersville police. Let's listen in to what they had to say about this situation.
We had received a call about a suspect inside a home barricaded with a weapon. Before we had received that call, apparently an individual by the name of Michael Ogle, 59-year-old Michael Ogle, did not show up to work this morning. When a family member went to the home to check to see what was going on is when she noticed 63-year-old Emma Ogle inside the home with a gun. That's when we received the call just shortly after 8 o'clock about the barricaded suspect. Multiple agencies responded to the scene to include Medic, Huntersville Fire, members of our North Mecklenburg Regional SWAT team. We had crisis negotiators on site as well as HPD detectives on site. Once our SWAT team was able to make entry into the home, they did locate two deceased parties inside the residence, and they were of Emma Ogle and Michael Ogle, and they did suffer from gunshot wounds. So that is all the information that we have.
Based on that, it's fair to assume she was alive when the other family member arrived, that
Yes.
she may have shot him and then shot herself.
We haven't confirmed that yet, but right now the information we have is that she was still alive when the family member got there, and her husband was not.
Was the fatal shot, the shot that killed her fired after you all arrived? You know?
So we're not sure. That's what we're trying to figure out. We still have detectives on scene now, still trying to go through the residence.
Condition of the other family member?
Sorry?
The other family member? Do we have any condition on them?
Condition on them?
Yes. They?
The other person in the house?
Yes.
He was deceased.
Oh.
It was Michael Ogle.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I misheard. I was thinking it was 3 people inside.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
There were only 2 people inside
Gotcha.
the home.
Okay.
You're saying Ogle as in O-G-L-E?
Yep, O-G-L-E. Yep.
50-year-old Michael?
59-year-old.
59 and
Yep.
63-year-old Emma?
Yes.
Okay.
So, presumably then, again, reasoning, she was the one who then called you all?
The family member. So the family member contacted the work, and they contacted us.
Okay.
Was that third family member in the house at any point?
I don't think she ever made it inside the home.
She arrived at the house, though?
Yes.
And saw Emma with a gun?
Yes.
And you're not clear on whether she had already killed her?
So that we're still trying to get through a lot of that information. Once we have all of that, because it's still a very active scene. So once we have all that information, we'll send out a press release to you guys later on to confirm a lot of that.
Had you
So, our detectives are still on scene. We've spoken with family members, and it's just at this point trying to piece together exactly what happened.
Had you received any other calls to this house?
I'm not sure. Anybody else have any other
Sad
questions?
situation.
It is. It's a very unfortunate situation. It's not, it's not a very common thing that we see here in Huntersville. So when it happens, it's shocking. But our detectives are doing everything they can. We're offering support to the family. So it's really all we can do at this point.
Are you able to say the type of gunshot Michael suffered? 1 shot, 2 shots, maybe?
Not at this time.
Okay.
So that you're going to have to check with CMS police on that. I'm not sure on her exact charges.
And was the neighborhood, did they have to evacuate or anything for this?
It wasn't exactly a big, like a development type neighborhood. The home was pretty far back. It was offset off the roadway, so it was kind of isolated. Any other questions?
Do you expect another briefing today, or is it just going to be a press
We'll
release?
send out a press release.
Has the family member disclosed anything to you guys about like any fears of this like happening, like any past
That I'm
instances?
not sure. That's going to be all part of the investigation, the ongoing investigation that they're conducting.
Is there any timeline on exactly when the husband may have been shot? Was it this morning or previous to that?
We're not sure, and that's something again that we're out there investigating and trying to piece together.
And one of the motive at this time, do you know if
We don't.
from her recent arrest or anything like that? Can you say what the
That's
motive is?
that's still part of the investigation that we're still trying to find out.
And when investigators went inside the house, was she still alive or no?
No, she was deceased.
So the only signs of her being alive was the family members seeing her with a gun.
Correct. Good. All right, I'll send a press release or out to you guys later on today.
Thank you.
All right, so we just got that update with police there. Emma Ogle, who is in that left-hand box there, picture of her. She had been arrested last Thursday, accused of having sex with a teenage student, and Ogle was charged with having sex with that student, taking indecent liberties with a student, and crime against nature. Huntersville police say Ogle engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old student at another high school. She was hired back in 2005 as a CTE teacher at Advanced High School before going to Granger. And it does look like that student was a person at her own school, and she had been suspended with pay according to the school. Again, both her and her husband were found dead inside of their home after a barricade situation earlier this morning. And this afternoon, we have quite the crowd gathering around Chris Brown as he announced on social media that he was having a yard sale, gave out his home address. And as you can see, a lot of people waiting in line, going around the block, trying to get a piece of what he's getting rid of. We're going to be taking this live look here. I know it's a little sideways and wonky, but we are out here live with our sister station out in California.
I hear beep, beep, beep.
And it does look like they may be leaving this scene here, so I'm going to be taking us off of this shot here. Have the House floor, Senate floor, coming up here.
Out corruption, malfeasance, and self-dealing. 2 nights ago, appallingly, at a political rally, President Trump and a member of this chamber, the junior senator from Kentucky, publicly and explicitly urged the press to disclose the identity of the federal whistleblower whose complaint triggered an impeachment inquiry into the House of Representatives. A few days later, the same junior senator threatened to reveal the identity of the whistleblower himself. I cannot stress enough how wrong and dangerous these efforts are. The United States is a nation of laws. Whistleblower laws have existed since the founding of our republic to protect patriotic Americans who come forward and stand up for our Constitution. We don't get to determine when these laws apply and when these don't. We don't get to decide if the law applies whether you like what the whistleblower said or whether you don't. These are laws. No person is above the law. This whistleblower, whose complaint was deemed credible and urgent by a Trump appointee, is protected by these statutes. There is no legal doubt about that. Every single member of this body, every single one, should stand up and say this is wrong, to disclose his or her identity. That is what my colleague, Senator Hirono, will ask us to do in a moment. Before she does, I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have spoken up in defense of whistleblower protections. Some of my Republican colleagues have spent their careers defending whistleblowers. We need them today. We need these Republican colleagues who should be here standing up for the protection of whistleblowers. The threats we have seen over the last few days are so egregious, they demand bipartisan outrage from one end of this chamber to the other, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, liberal, moderate, or conservative. What's happening here is another erosion of the values of this republic for political expediency. Exposing the whistleblower's identity would endanger the health and safety of them and their families. It would also be a chilling message to future patriots that they do their duty to report wrongdoing at the risk of exposure, retaliation, and retribution. Why don't we see a single other Republican to stand up in favor of this here today, to support it and the Constitution? My good friend, the senator from Hawaii.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have another big record stock market day and another record in the stock market in the history of our country, which to me means jobs and a lot of other things. We're doing really well, and just wanted to let you know, I think it's the 119th day that we've set a record, so that's good stuff. So good afternoon, and thank you all for being here as we celebrate a profoundly historic milestone and a truly momentous achievement. Thanks to many of the people here today, my administration and Republicans in Congress have now confirmed more than 150 federal judges, and to be honest with you, it's substantially higher right now than that, Mitch. It's about 159, and we should have within the next short period of time, like 2 months, we should have about 182 federal judges. How's that? Good? Good? And I say often, percentage-wise, you'll never beat one man. We know who that is, right? George Washington, 100%. But in terms of, I'd like to say quality and quantity, we are going to be, I think, just about number one by the time we finish, number one of any president, any administration. So I want to thank all of you for the incredible job you've done. That's really fantastic. Thank you very much. That's a big statement. And they will uphold our Constitution as written. These distinguished men and women are some of the most gifted scholars, respected jurists, and finest legal minds ever placed on the federal bench. Together, we're restoring American freedom, defending American justice, preserving the extraordinary vision of our founding fathers. We're delighted to be joined on this special occasion by Vice President Mike Pence. Thank you, Mike, very much. Thank you, Mike. And Attorney General Bill Barr. Thank you, Bill. I want to thank some real friends of mine, too, and warriors. I have to say, warriors. We have a lot of great warriors in our party, and it's, I think it's necessary, frankly, to be a warrior. If you're not, you got a problem, right? But I want to thank Chairman Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you very much. Great. A very special man. A man that's so popular in his state, I don't even think they're going to run anybody against him anymore. They've given that up. Chuck Grassley, right, Chuck? And also with us are Senator John Cornyn. I looked at your polls. Nobody's beating you, John. Nobody. And you don't have to worry about Beto anymore, that's for sure. From Texas. He doesn't like guns, religion, or oil. He knocked out all three categories. Somehow in Texas that won't work. I don't think that works anywhere, Josh. What do you think? That doesn't work anywhere. Good. John Cornyn, Mike Lee. Mike, thank you very much. Senator Ted Cruz, also Texas. Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Ted. Senator Tom Tillis. Tom, thank you very much. Senator Ben Sasse. Ben, great to have you, Ben. And Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha, thank you. Great job you're doing. And Josh Hawley, our young star. He's a young star. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Great job, everybody. In addition, the nation owes an immense debt of gratitude to a man whose leadership has been instrumental to our success. It's so important to him, and he always mentions it, number one point. I've always heard, actually, that when you become president, the most important thing you can do is federal judges. They say Supreme Court judges, but we have them too, but federal judges. And, based on that, I think there's nobody that's done a better job ever than Senator Mitch McConnell. Stand up, Mitch. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. I always get up and I talk about the economy. I'm always talking. They never write about it, but that's okay. The people get it. But Mitch will then follow me. He'll talk about judges, always. And it's great what you've done. Incredible. The impact is truly amazing. Thank you very much. We also, as you know, we have 2 great Supreme Court judges. So that's in addition to what will be 182 judges. And then we go by what I call normalization after you get to 182. But our Supreme Court judges are great gentlemen. It was so easy to get them confirmed, right? One in particular, nobody has ever had to go through that, and I have great respect for both of them, so we appreciate it, Mitch. Great job. Generations from now, Americans will know that Mitch McConnell helped save the constitutional rule of law in America. It's true. It's for a long time. I also want to thank Pat Cipollone and his phenomenal team at the White House Counsel's Office, along with our Office of Legal Policy. Where is Pat? Where's Pat? Stand up, Pat. Come on. He's the strong, silent type. Strong, he's very strong, silent. Great job you've done. Very great. I always wanted to be the strong, silent type, but it never worked out for me, Lindsay. Never worked out. I want to be, but it doesn't seem to work that way. But the Office of Legal Policy at the Department of Justice and the many friends and legal luminaries who have supported all of those nominees, and to all of the rest of you in the room, some incredible people in this room, great friends. In their wisdom and genius, the framers of the Constitution separated government power into 3 branches. Congress writes the laws, the executive enforces the law, and the judicial branch provides an impartial interpretation of the laws that applies to any case before them. This system was designed to protect citizens against the unjust concentration of governmental power. And I do say I think we're going through a very interesting time right now, if you must know, more interesting than at most other times. When judges assume the role of a legislature, the rights of all citizens are threatened. The great English jurist William Blackstone warned that if the judicial power were joined with the legislative, then life, liberty, and property would be in the hands of arbitrary judges whose decisions would be then regulated only by their opinion and not by any fundamental principles of law. In other words, the impartial and objective judge who is a faithful servant of the law is essential to the survival of American liberty. So it's really something. It's really something that you've all done. This is such a big moment in our history. And I think what I'm going to do is, as we go along, I'm going to ask a couple of you to say a few words, if that's okay, because I think it's appropriate. It wasn't in the schedule, but I think it's very appropriate to have a few speak. You have to promise it's going to be very quick and short, because the media won't stand for anything else. But I would like to get your views. I think it would be very interesting for all of us. In recent decades, our system has been under relentless attack by the left-wing activists who want to take the powers of the elected branches and give that power to unelected federal judges. They want to impose by judicial decree what they failed to win at the ballot box. Does that sound familiar to anybody? That's really familiar. When judges write policy instead of applying the law, they impose sweeping changes on millions of Americans without the benefit of legislative debate, public rulemaking, or the consent of the governed. As a result, these highly political rulings inflict painful damage on our security, society, and economy, imposing unworkable edicts on businesses, workers, families, and law enforcements really alike. They give many, many bad nights to many, many people, including presidents. But we power through it. We have no choice. I will do everything in my power to halt judicial activism and to ensure the law is upheld equally fairly and without political prejudice for all of our citizens. So I'd like to, before going any further, I'd like to maybe start off, I think it would be appropriate if we start off with Mitch to just say a couple of words and how he feels about where we are and what we're doing. And we're going to go through a couple of our friends, if you don't mind. And to me, it'll be very interesting. Mitch McConnell, thanks. Good.
Well, Mr. President, I'm reminded of election night when I realized that not only had you won, but we had taken the House, we had held the Senate, and this was going to be one of those unusual periods where Republicans had all three branches. To show you how unusual that is, you go back 100 years, only about 20 of the last 100 years has our party had all three. And we got a chance to set the agenda, an opportunity to move the ball in the right direction. What's the most important thing? Clearly, it was the Supreme Court. You had been helped enormously by a decision that I made, and these guys back me up, not to let President Obama fill that Scalia vacancy on the way out the door. And boy, you didn't blow it. Neil Gorsuch is an all-star, isn't he? And the president alluded to that easy confirmation we had with Brett Kavanaugh. You made a great choice, Mr. President. And it's not just that. The circuit courts, where 99% of litigation stops, are full of bright, young men and women who believe in the quaint notion that maybe the job of a judge is to follow the law. And so, Mr. President, this is one of the many ways you're helping to make America great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mitch. You know, it is true, when I first came to office, because of what I said before, that I've always heard how important it is, the choice of judges and the number of judges. And in my first day, I said to one of our assistants, how many judges do I have to pick? How many are there? And I figured I'd hear none or one, maybe two. They said, sir, you have 142. I said, no. Tell me truth. I want the truth, not. That was it. And I say, thank you, President Obama, very much. But it was 142 empty slots, and nobody can believe that. And I couldn't believe it and didn't believe it, but now I believe it, because now we've got so many approved, and we're going to hit that magic number. And then it's going to be a lot more from there, because you do have a lot of, through normalization, leaving and other reasons, retiring. I never want to mention the D word, the death word. I won't mention death, but that happens too. But we're going to be picking up a lot. A man that I have a lot of respect for, and everybody does in the Senate, Chuck Grassley. Come up and say a couple of words, Chuck. Come on up here.
Now, like I tell my colleagues, if I yell, I'm not mad at you. Let me say what set the stage for this, before any of us had anything to do with this. You ran on a platform that no other president has run on to tell the type of people that you were going to put on the Supreme Court. And named 20 or 25 people, and that list is still out there. And it's made up of just the kind of people that Mitch McConnell's talked about, you've talked about, people that are constitutionalists. And you kept your word. And 20% of the people voted for you based on the proposition of the kind of people you were going to put on the Supreme Court. So a lot of candidates for any office run on a platform, but they don't stand on that platform. And I think what's important about not only the judges that you have appointed along the lines of what you promised the people you're going to appoint, but also a lot of other issues that you stand for. And the people of this country ought to be complimented that we have a president that said he was going to run on a platform, and he stands on that platform, and you've particularly done it for judges.
He's great. Thank you. You know, he's got this fierce way about him. He's tough even when he's trying to be nice, like now he's. But I heard that voice. I shouldn't say this, but he looked during one of the big events in the United States Senate. He looked at a guy named Comey. He said, "Did you leak?" And he was being nice. And Comey choked. He didn't know what to say. He was so frightened of this guy. He choked. I want him to start looking that stuff up, by the way, please. Please look it up. A lot of choke there. Another man who's been incredible, and he's been a friend of mine for a long time. We actually competed against each other. He wasn't at all nice during the campaign. And who would have thought we would have become good friends, right? Who would have thought? But we did. And I could say the same for Ted, right? Well, we were good friends and then really bad. They said, when will it get bad? The media. It's like the Academy Awards. Look at all the media. Before, when it was successful. It died when they went after us, okay, the Academy Awards. Just a regular program now. But I said, Ted and I get along good. In fact, he was having a big event near the White House, and he wanted to get more people, so he invited me. He said, "Can you come?" I said, "You know, we're running against each other. This is true." And the press said, "Well, you two guys are actually campaigning together, and yet you're fighting each other for the nomination." And I said, "That's right. We like each other. We get along great. I think he's great. We both had this incredible relationship." I said, "But don't worry. It'll end. And when it ends, it'll be really bad, probably worse than normal." And it was vicious for about 4 months, but then we have a great relationship again. It was a pretty bad one for a little while, right? They didn't even think how bad it would get, but it has been. It's been great, Ted. Lindsay, I'd like to have you come up and say a few words. You've been terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, in theory, at 4 o'clock, we're going to vote on 2 more judges. So I'll move this thing forward. After I got beat like a dog, which he likes hearing, he called me over to the White House and said, "I'd like you to help me." I said, "I'd love to help you be a great president because you're now my president." And he says, "I don't have your phone number." And I said, "There's a reason for that." So the highlight of my campaign was when you gave out my phone number. If I did as well as my phone number, it might have been a different story. To the committee, thank you. The Judiciary Committee is not for the faint of heart. Our Democratic friends are tough. They believe in their causes, and we have to fight hard for our causes. But one thing I want to say about President Trump, the defining moment of your presidency for me was the Kavanaugh hearing. This room would be empty if we had failed Brett Kavanaugh. Brett Kavanaugh lived a life we should all be proud of. He worked hard, and the way he was treated was the worst experience I've had in politics. A lot of people would have pulled the plug on him. Mr. President, thank you for not pulling the plug. And let me tell you why it's important. Who would have been after Brett if he had went down? What conservative young lawyer would want to go through this if we'd failed Brett Kavanaugh? So Chuck was right. When you run and you get reelected a year from now, one of the main reasons is that people in the conservative world believe that you fight for judges. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very nice. But we can say that for everybody here. We had, I don't think any, look, I know you all very well. I don't think anybody had any thoughts of doing anything different, at least in this group. I will say, and that includes Mike. At that time, we didn't know Bill. He wasn't involved. He came at a good time, Bill. That was a tough time. But you know what? Nobody in this group, I will say, though, and you know this, and Mitch knows this, there were plenty of other people that were saying, let's go to maybe another choice. And they didn't say it so nicely. And the people that you know very well, the people that you work with every day, but I can tell you, I know every one of you very well, and there was nobody that I think even thought about it in this group, right? So not anybody. And that starts with Mitch, because you never gave me the call, said maybe we can do it an easier way. But I told Brett Kavanaugh, I picked him, and he was said 10 years ago they were talking about him. I would hear that he would be someday a Supreme Court justice. That was before I was in this wonderful life of politics. I could enjoy my life and think about all sorts of things. And they would say that Brett Kavanaugh is going to be a Supreme Court judge. And anyway, he was on the list. Leonard Leo, thank you for being here. We had a list that you worked on very hard, and others. And it did have an impact. It really did have an impact on the election, if you think about it, because people knew me very well, but they didn't know. Was he liberal, conservative? Who are the judges? And I'd hear so much about, but who are your judges? And I did come up with an idea to pick 20 and 25 people. Ultimately, it was 25, and we put great people on. We have great people on there right now. We have 23 left, right? Great people. Every one of them is terrific. But I went with this list. And at first I said, I will take this list, gave the names, and I will pick people, do you remember this, Lindsay? That are like these people. And I got nowhere. Nobody believed me. They said, what does that mean, like these people? I said, no, they'll be like these people. And I was being hammered. They said, say it, President, or potential president. I said, okay. It will only be these people. And that's what we have, and that's where it is. And they were just so respected as a group, and still are. It's an incredible group of people. I could take anyone, literally, and that had a big impact. But I said to Brett Kavanaugh, I said, so Brett, you're the one. You're the one. He was so honored. He said, sir, this is the greatest day of my life. And I said, I just want to congratulate you. It's an amazing thing that I'm doing it and that you're receiving it. He said, sir, thank you very much. I said, Brett, let me tell you something. This approval process that you're going to go through will be so fast and so easy. You're perfect. Perfect life, perfect family, perfect education, top scholar, best schools. Brett, this is going to be so easy. Little did he know. Little did he know. But I'll tell you what, it really represented something. It represented unfairness. And some of those people that came forward, to my way of thinking, all of those people that came forward, I thought it was disgraceful what happened. And I want to thank all of my Republican colleagues for standing up tall for a man who really didn't deserve what he went through. Nobody could have believed a thing like that could have happened to a man like that. And you could almost say to anybody, because nobody's ever seen anything. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But he hung in strong, too. He also hung in strong. You know, there were plenty of people, I'm sure, that say, you got to cut yourself loose. He didn't want to do that. So it was a very important day, Lindsay, and you were a big part of it. I think your ratings went from about 50 to about 82 as I see him now, Lindsay. 82 with one little speech that lasted. He made one speech, Bill. One little few remarks that lasted for about a minute. And They were historic. They really were. They were historic. The delivery, the words, the whole thing was very important, and what you did was something very special, so thank you very much. So important. From the beginning of my campaign, I promised to appoint judges who will adhere to the true and original meaning of our Constitution. This afternoon, that promise was made, and that promise was kept, and I think many times over. Later today, the Senate will vote on our 158th new judge, and that's why I'm going to let you get out of here so quick. Of course, if you're not there, I guess, Mitch, nothing's going to happen, so it doesn't matter. So I'll keep you a little bit alone. But we will have confirmed, as I said, 112 judges to the federal district courts, 44 judges to the federal circuit courts, and 2 outstanding judges to the United States Supreme Court. And that number is rapidly rising. Now, 1 out of every 4 circuit judges currently on the bench was appointed by this administration, and that number has now exceeded that by quite a bit. No president in history has confirmed as many circuit court judges, even close, not even close, in such a short period of time. The average age of my newly appointed circuit court judges is less than 50. A young, smart, that's 10 years younger than President Obama's nominees. The pace of appointments is only accelerating. It's going very quickly. And then, at some point, we're going to have to slow it down because we're not going to have any openings, you know that. But we'll find them. We'll find them. We'll find them. Would you like to add a few judges? And that wouldn't be a bad idea. How about adding another 100 or so? We'll be able to fill. But we're on track to have more judges confirmed this year than in the prior 2 years combined for us, and will be a record in history, the number of judges that we're getting in just a short period of time. Once all pending nominations are confirmed, I will have appointed about 219 judges, and that number will go up very substantially from that. But the more gains we make, the more aggressive the hard left has become. I probably shouldn't even be making this speech right now. I'm just driving them crazy. They'll go back and they'll have even more craziness than they've had in the last 3 years. Can you imagine? 3 years already. It's 3 years. Who could believe it? Almost. In fact, in 2 days less than a year, we'll be fighting an election. And we actually had a very big night last night. We had some tremendous results last night. And I'll be leaving for Louisiana. I think we're going to have a great result in Louisiana. But one of their favorite new tactics is the nationwide injunction. This very destructive practice enables any one of 673 district judges to single-handedly invalidate critical executive actions and stop the enforcement of duly enacted law. We've had it many times, especially when it comes to our border. And when you see what's going on the other side of the border, people are starting to say, maybe he is right about the wall, and maybe he is right about having a very strong border. The other side wants open borders, which brings tremendous crime, and now people are starting to see. A lot of people have told me that over the last couple of days. They're starting to get the border thing. The activist left only needs to find one partisan resistance judge anywhere in the country to agree with them. On perhaps no issue have these district court injunctions been more brazen and damaging than in the area of immigration. In case after case, judges are prohibiting us from enforcing the plain letter of the law. And you know that better than anybody, the people in this room. For example, federal law authorities expedited removal of illegal aliens apprehended within 2 years of entry. But a district court judge declared the law could only be applied to illegal aliens caught within 14 days. That's a tiny group of people, just a small fraction of what the law expressly allows. In the words of the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia, whose son, thank you very much for the approval, Gene is now our Secretary of Labor. He's a great young guy. A good judge must suppress his personal views and must decide each case as the law dictates, not as he would have resolved the matter if he had drafted the law. We have a lot of them looking at it as if they had drafted the law. Let's create brand new law. Justice Scalia was correct. If federal judges want to write the law, they should run for Congress. Let them run for office. You think this is easy? It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy, fellas, is it, huh? It's nasty. Nobody told me it was going to be this nasty. But that's what they have to do. Let them run for office and let them do what they're supposed to do. Let them do the job the way it's meant to be. In recent years, the left-wing assault on our Constitution has also become a personal assault on the nominees themselves. It's nasty out there. And you're right, Lindsay. One of the reasons it was so important was that people watch this and they don't want us giving up on them. They don't want us, oh, let's take the next one down the pike. That would have been easier, by the way. It would have been much easier, but they don't want to see that. Nominees have been attacked in hearings for their religious beliefs. Our entire nation was stunned by the cruel campaign of lies and slander and abuse that was hurled at Justice Brett Kavanaugh, but we refused to cave in, and the left-wing mob, we will never, ever allow that to happen, where we give up, where we cave in, even if it's by far the easy decision to make. When it comes to defending our freedom, Republicans will not back down. We will never, ever give up. While I'm your president, we will continue to nominate highly qualified judges who truly love our Constitution. And I know that Leader McConnell and Chairman Graham are absolutely committed to getting them confirmed quickly. And they have been going quickly. Of course, I'd like to get some other people confirmed too, please. Some of the other people, Mitch would say, well, we got to do the judges first, and I always agree with him. I have a lot of people waiting over there, but he says, I want those judges, and I agree with him. Every judge we have placed on the bench will hear thousands of cases over their careers. They will ensure equal justice for every party before them, regardless of age, race, income, religion, beliefs, or background. And they will safeguard the birthright of liberty that belongs to every man, woman, child in our land. But it is not merely their responsibility to protect and defend the Constitution. It's our responsibility as well. Every American shares that glorious duty we have inherited as citizens of the greatest and most exceptional country the world has ever known. And we have to keep our country as the greatest the world has ever known. Because that great title can end if we are foolish and if we make mistakes. You see what's happening? You see what's going on? You see the statements that are made? And the ideas being put forward. It would no longer be a great country, certainly not for very long. For the sake of our families, our children, and generations of Americans yet unborn, we will fight with all of our heart and soul to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the immortal rights given to us by Almighty God. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats as the President departs the East Room. Thank you.
action should we take to protect our veterans? Certainly, the cases we will highlight in this hearing show the value of aggressive prosecution. That sends a real message to other criminals out there that they will be pursued, they will be caught, and they will be brought to justice. But as this committee has often noted, many con artists operate offshore beyond the reach of our state and local law enforcement. And some veterans are simply too embarrassed to report that they have been scammed, although they shouldn't be, because it can happen to anyone. Instead, we must find ways to protect our veterans from scams before they become victims. Education is one way. That's one of the reasons we're holding this hearing today. Another is to build on the camaraderie veterans have for one another by bringing them together to provide another set of eyes. The nonprofit Vet to Vet Maine program shows how the trusted judgment of a fellow veteran can stop a scam before it starts. Before closing, I want to note the recent GAO study that identified actions that the Veterans Administration can take to better protect veterans from aid and attendance scams. According to the GAO, the VA receives reports of potential fraud or exploitation, but it does not analyze this information to assess the prevalence of scams, inform its outreach efforts, or to help law enforcement pursue these criminals. I believe that the VA should take a leading role in this fight. The ranking member and I, as well as other members of this committee, will be writing to the Secretary of the VA to ask what steps the department is taking to assess the risk posed to our nation's veterans and what can be done to better protect them from fraud. As Veterans Day approaches, we remember all those who serve, not just by honoring their service through our words, but also by the actions that we take. Veterans and their families have a right to expect that the nation they served will fight to protect them from unscrupulous individuals. As the AARP says in its bulletin, they protected us, now it's our turn. I now am happy to turn to our ranking member, Senator Casey, for his opening statement. Thank you.
Chairman Collins, thank you for holding this very important hearing, especially as we prepare for Veterans Day. And I'm pleased, as I know we all are, that we're joined by 3 veterans, one of whom is an active reservist on this panel today. We want to thank each of you for your service to the country and grateful for your testimony today. Veterans Day is only days away, and it's a day when we honor those who served our country, not only in war, but also in peace. And it's a reminder of our abiding responsibility to serve them in return. President Lincoln outlined a simple but vitally important mandate when it comes to the care that our veterans are owed. Quote, that we must care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, unquote. Way back in 1991, my father was taking the oath of office as governor, and it just happened to be the day before the invasion of Iraq, when our soldiers were heading into combat. And at that time he said, and I'm quoting, "We pray for them and for ourselves that we may be worthy of their valor," unquote. Being worthy of their valor, if you're a legislator, if you happen to be a member of Congress, if you're going to prove yourself worthy of their valor, you ought to prove it. You ought to prove it by your actions. here in the Senate and the Congress overall, we have the opportunity and the ability to demonstrate that we are worthy of their valor by ensuring that veterans receive every single benefit that they are owed and even more. And when we learn of barriers to those benefits, we must work to overcome those barriers. That's why I'm fighting so hard to hold the Department of Veterans Affairs accountable for providing every veteran access to information about their VA benefits. My legislation, the VA Website Accountability Act, which I hope we can pass by the end of this year, would get us one step closer to comprehensive accessibility for veterans. It's why I'm also fighting to ensure that caregivers who watch over our veterans every single day are supported and given respite. The Supporting of Veterans Caregivers Act would ensure veteran caregivers cannot be arbitrarily kicked out of the VA Caregivers Program. And as we'll discuss today, it's why Chairman Collins and I wanted to hold this hearing to ensure that not one more veteran loses one more penny to a scammer, a schemer, or a con artist. So we must not stop with just the hearing. We know that 78% of veterans report receiving a scam attempt related to their veteran status, almost 8 out of 10. If we are to be worthy of the valor of our veterans, this number should be 0, not 78%, it should be 0. A recent report from the GAO found that the VA lacks a central clearinghouse for soliciting and collecting information on potential financial exploitation of veterans receiving pension benefits. To say this is troubling is an understatement. The GAO provided the VA with clear recommendations for addressing this problem, and now I'm quoting, quote, systematically solicit and collect information on potential financial exploitation, unquote, and, quote, assess this information to address plans and to address the potential exploitation of veterans receiving pension benefits, unquote. Instead of working to implement the recommendations, the VA is putting in place a process that the GAO claims would, quote, not fully address the underlying issue, unquote. I think they're being a little charitable there in their assessment of what the VA is doing in response. This is totally unacceptable. That's why we're sending a letter, members of this committee, Chairman Collins and I and others, to find out more about this decision and also why the VA is not doing more to combat scams against veterans. And as we'll hear today, in order to put an end to the predatory practice of scammers of the worst kind who prey upon those who've served, there needs to be an all-hands-on-deck approach. We need to find a way to stop these scammers from getting through phone lines. We need to be sure that people are educated about how to avoid becoming victims of a scam. There must be a place to report scammers, whether it's the Department of Justice, the Federal Trade Commission, the VA, or right here at the Aging Committee by way of our fraud hotline. We need to ensure that prosecutors have the tools they need to go after these criminals and keep them behind bars. I'm certain that our hearing today will touch upon all of these topics and more, but it's unconscionable to me that someone who would stoop so low as to steal money from someone who agreed to sacrifice so much for our country. And it's also unconscionable to me, and I know members of this committee, that someone would also stoop so low to pad their own pockets by spewing a tale of caring for veterans when they're doing nothing of the kind. Chairman Collins, this hearing could not be more important. We thank you for holding it, and we look forward to the testimony of our witnesses.
Thank you, Senator Casey. I want to acknowledge that Senator Braun and Senator Blumenthal have joined us, and we're now going to turn to our panel of witnesses. Our first witness is Ben Wells from Portland, Maine. Mr. Wells is an Air Force veteran who participated in Operation Enduring Freedom. He flew 35 combat missions, earned an Air Medal, and was honorably discharged in 2013. He then had the wisdom to move to the great state of Maine, where he became involved in the Vet to Vet program, a local nonprofit that matches veterans for companionship, mentorship, and other assistance. I will now turn to our ranking member to introduce our second witness.
Thank you, Chairman Collins. I'm pleased to introduce Laverne Foreman, who's at our witness table today, all the way from Herndon in Northumberland County. Now, that's a pretty good ride from here. So, Laverne, thank you for making the trip, and we're grateful you're willing to be with us. Laverne served in the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Army Reserve, as well as the National Guard. He later worked as a civilian employee for the Army. He's here today to share with us what happened to him a few years ago when con artists stole money from him, claiming it would go to a veterans organization. Laverne later learned that there was no organization. He reported what happened, and it's possible that he'll be able to help the prosecution of the scammers. I'd also like to welcome Laverne's wife, Doris, who's, I think, over his right shoulder, who's with us today, his daughter, Terry, and son-in-law, Jeffrey, who are also here. We're also grateful, Laverne, as we are to all of our veterans today, and we hope every day that we're grateful for your service, but especially for taking the time to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness will be Dwayne Richardson, the district attorney for 3 counties in Mississippi. He has been a real leader in combating these scams. First elected at the tender age of 30, one of the youngest DAs in the state's history, Mr. Richardson later became the first African-American to serve as president of the Mississippi Prosecutors Association. And finally, last but certainly not least, we will hear from Inspector Carol Harris, the acting inspector in charge of the Communications Governance and Strategy Group at the United States Postal Inspection Service. Inspector Harris is also a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps Reserves who served in Iraq and Kuwait and was awarded the Navy Marine Corps Commendation Medal. He now leads Operation Protect Veterans for the Postal Inspection Service and will discuss its efforts to combat fraud targeting our veterans. Mr. Wells, we'll begin with you. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Chairman Collins, Ranking Member Casey, members of the committee, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to speak about this issue. As you said, Senator Collins, I was an Air Force veteran. I got out in 2013 and relocated to Maine in 2014. Upon arriving there, I wanted to continue my dedication to service, and I was looking for opportunities to volunteer while I applied to graduate schools. I found Vet to Vet Maine, simple internet search, and I liked what they had to say. They offered companionship for isolated veterans. Senator Collins indicated that there's a significant number of veterans in the state. What I would also like to emphasize in the state of Maine is that there's a significant number of elderly men and women in the state, and veterans are no exception. What Vet to Vet Maine seeks to address is the isolation of those veterans first and foremost, but also connect them with benefits that they likely qualify for and haven't been receiving. So when Vet to Vet contacted me, I went in and they gave me a background check and got me trained up. And then it connected me with a veteran who was in his 80s. He was a Korean War Air Force veteran. He was a maintainer on jet aircraft. Over the course of several weeks, I was in his house once a week, meeting with him and his wife. having, conversation, coffee, taking them out to lunch, getting them out of the house. It's clear to me that they were isolated. They lived in Windham, Maine, which is not a metropolitan area. But I was able to have, a good connection with them, and I became aware that he had never, in 60 years of being out of the military, been connected with the VA in any way. I also became aware that his wife had contacted the Vet2Vet Maine program as a way to get respite care potentially and maybe in-home care as he was in declining health. He had significant health problems, including physical issues, chronic pain, and diabetes. At the time that I saw him, they were spending hundreds of dollars on diabetes medication alone and living off of a very small pension from a telecommunications, his work in telecommunications and his Social Security benefits. So that became my first order of business, is to try and get him connected with the VA and get him the care, medical care, potentially pharmaceutical care, that he not only qualified for and deserved, but really, really needed. In the process, I was able to help them fill out the paperwork. I contacted the Vet2Vet Maine program to get him a case manager, make them aware of some of his needs in the home, and see if there were other organizations that could help them out. In that process, she continued, as paperwork was slow to process, as it always is. She continued to reach out. She saw an ad in the newspaper. I think it came with the coupons for a program that was advertising free in-home care and respite care for veterans. Free sounds really good to a person on a fixed income, so she contacted this organization. She had the foresight to also reach out to me to sit in on this conversation. I accepted. The nature of this was that two gentlemen showed up to the house offering free respite or in-home care to them. Their sales pitch was that what they were going to do is they were going to assist them in obtaining a pension from the VA, and that would also allow them access to the aid and attendance program, as you previously mentioned. What they wanted, and what struck me, sort of the first red flag in this situation, was that how they were going to finance this. And they wanted my veteran to open up a separate checking account that they had draft rights on, so they can auto draft. So VA pays you direct deposit, and they were going to auto deduct whatever pension and benefit that they got. That's not out and out illegal or anything, but that's, there was no conversation as to why that existed instead of regular payment methods. I started to ask questions. They then continued and said how they were going to get him to qualify the means test, which all these pension and benefits are all means tested, and he was slightly over. And at which point he started to describe a method that they could report medical bills to the VA to lower their total income and pass the means test. That's fine, except that even with medical bills, even with the hundreds of dollars in insulin, they weren't going to pass it. So he suggested that they employ, in air quotes, their daughter as a medical aide, which she was not qualified, trained, or certified in, to do things like filling their prescriptions over the phone or going and picking up prescriptions and this sort. They could pay her, which they weren't going to, a stipend, and then put that into their accounting. So the fuzzy math is where I really threw down that this wasn't a good idea. Luckily, they had trusted me. I said, you really shouldn't do this. And they were able to avoid the scam. They ended up going through the regular process. They got benefits. They got in-home care and respite care through, I believe, the VA and some other organizations. Ultimately, he was moved to hospice and he passed. But at least in the later stages of his life, he had that care, and it didn't put significant financial strain on the veteran. Thank you.
Thank you so much for intervening and caring enough to do so. I just can't imagine what the final years of life would have been for this couple if they hadn't followed your advice. I'm sure that they would have lost everything that they were getting that was in that separate checking account. Mr. Foreman.
Chairman Collins, Ranking Member Casey, members of the committee, I thank you for inviting me to testify here today. It's an honor to be here and talk to you about veteran scams. My name is Laverne Foreman, and I'm 82 years old. I live in the Herndon area in Pennsylvania. I'm retired both from the civil service as well as the military, having served in the Air Force, the Army Reserves, and the Army National Guard. I'm proud to be a veteran. For most part, people thank me for my service. It never occurred to me that someone would be so cold-hearted to make a call and claim to care for veterans when in reality all they're doing is lining their own pockets. 5 years ago, I learned how just reckless they can be. When I received a phone call from Senator Casey's office inviting me to testify before you today, I was pleased to accept the invitation and share with you what happened. It isn't easy for me to talk about this, being scammed. What I'm doing today is an extension of my service. I feel a sense of responsibility to warn others who served and to be vigilant against scams. Let me explain. In September of 2014, I received a call from an organization, Disabled and Paralyzed Veterans Fund, or DPVF, requesting a donation. I was told in the conversation that the organization was dedicated to helping disabled and paralyzed veterans. It raised funds to support VA hospital and end veterans' homelessness. I've donated to similar organizations in the past because of my concerns for and the sensitivity of my peers. I pledged at that time to send a one-time donation to DPVF for $20. However, when I received the pledge letter, the organization that they sent me, it showed that I had pledged $25. I thought this was odd. However, rather than arguing with them, I sent the $25 as listed. The following year, in 2015, DPVF called me again to request a donation. I pledged to give an amount that was given previously. Again, when I received the pledge letter, it was a few dollars more than I had pledged on the phone. This time, $35. I grew even more suspicious, and but believed it just a way of fundraisers trying to get more money. I tried calling the organization in Washington. They listed a Washington, D.C. Telephone number, but it was of no help. I ended up writing a letter to them to explain that I had agreed to a lower amount and that I questioned their approach. I enclosed the check for the $35. I didn't want to get into an argument. And I asked them at that time to remove my name from their contact list, and I didn't want to hear from them again. In February of 2016, when I received my statement from my credit union, I noticed a check listed with a number that's not within the number sequence of my checks. I thought it was strange, and so I called my credit union, and they confirmed that it was a remotely generated check from Paralyzed and Disabled, or Disabled and Paralyzed Veterans Fund. I was kind of shocked that they must have made a copy of my check and kept the routing and account number information. You know, I hadn't spoken to this organization or sent a recent donation, and I realized I was scammed. You know, there's a lot of legitimate organizations, veteran service organizations, VSOs, you know, like Paralyzed Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, but I soon realized that there's no such organization as the Disabled and Paralyzed Veterans Fund. At that point, I reported this matter to the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. I was later contacted by the U.S. Postal System. and was glad to hear that there's an investigation and that there will be some kind of action taken against this organization. I know that I can be considered one of the lucky ones. I did not give a scammer a lot of money. And I noticed the fraudulent check immediately, but I know not everybody is as lucky as I am. These phony organizations and people who steal money by pretending to help veterans must be stopped. I never believed that anyone would stoop so low as to steal money and benefits from a veteran. These scam artists rip off innocent people, and as a result, contributions are diverted away from organizations that are actually trying to do something for the veterans. My loss may seem small, but I am certain that these scammers have targeted thousands, if not millions, and more people. The total sum of this bounty probably far exceeds anything I will ever earn in my lifetime. And that is wrong. On behalf of veterans, I ask everyone who can help or stop this activity to play their part. Thank you again for inviting me to testify today. I hope by sharing my story I can help someone from losing money to these types of scammers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foreman, for coming forward and warning others. That's courageous of you, and I'm sure that you will save others from going through what you did, even though you were able to stop it pretty quickly. District Attorney Richardson, welcome.
Chairman Collins, Ranking Member Casey, and members of the committee. I'm District Attorney Dwayne Richardson, and I represent the 4th Judicial District of Mississippi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee about our office's investigation and prosecution of the crimes committed by Gina, a.k.a. Tammy Polosini. My office first became aware of Polosini's actions due to a single bad check. This check led to the unraveling of a fraud that amounted to millions of dollars stolen from the elderly, veterans, and their families. In 2011, Polosini was formally introduced to 89-year-old Grace Ward and her family through staff at a facility where Grace Ward was a resident. Polosini promised the Ward family that she would provide a 10% return on their investment, along with securing Medicaid benefits for Grace Ward, which could then be used to offset the cost of living at the facility. With that promise, the Ward family presented Polosini with a cashier's check in the amount of $189,000. That was Grace Ward's life savings. When Grace Ward passed away 3 months later, the family contacted Polosini, who assured them that she would pay their money. What are you doing? Interest. And after many false promises and excuses, Polosini had a check hand-delivered to the Ward family on September 30th, 2011, in the amount of $192,000. This was to include the initial investment as well as $3,000 in interest. And it was at this moment when Polosini committed the crime of check fraud. Grace's son, Roy Ward, contacted my office as Polosini's business had a location in my district. And after learning the depth of Polosini's crimes against the Ward family, my office manager, Tamiko Fair, became determined to do everything possible to make this family whole and attempt to recoup their funds. My office's investigation into Polosini would last almost 5 years. She was tracked down after being listed in the Riverside County Mental Health Board's monthly meeting agenda. And at that time, she was operating as Senior Benefits Consulting in Riverside, California. With the assistance of Hugh McClendon with the U.S. Marshal Service for the Northern District of Mississippi and other law enforcement agencies, Polosini was captured, arrested, and brought back to Mississippi on our Sunflower County warrant. And it was also at that time, due to media publicity, that I began to receive phone calls from other victims from across the state. And it was also at that time that I learned of an investigation being conducted by Kyle Parker, a U.S. Postal Inspector. One of those additional victims that I spoke with was a World War II Air Force veteran, Johnny Ray Tolan. As Mr. Tolan grew older and began to show signs of Alzheimer's, his children began to look for assisted living locations for him. And staff members at one of those locations introduced the Tolan family to Polosini in 2011. The Tolans were made the same fraudulent promises as the Wards, and Polosini was able to convince that family to hand over control of $340,000 of their funds. Polosini guaranteed that Mr. Tolan would receive veterans benefits as well as the same return on his investment as she promised the Wards. Johnny Ray Tolan went on to live 3 more years, and it was not until his passing that his family learned of Paul Sr.'s fraudulent scheme. On the same day of his funeral, a postal inspector contacted his son, Jimmy, and told him of Paul Sr.'s fraudulent schemes, and also told him that on the same day that they gave Paul Sr. control of their dad's $340,000, she used their money to purchase a race car and advertising for her son. Ultimately, Paul Sr. was convicted in 3 counties in Mississippi: Wayne, Pike, and Sunflower. She was sentenced to serve 20 years in prison for all 3 counties together. In addition to the Mississippi convictions, Paul Sr. was also charged later in a 19-count federal indictment in 2015. She pled guilty to 1 count of that indictment and was sentenced to 53 months in custody to run at the same time as she served the Mississippi time. In the federal conviction, Paul Sr. was also ordered to pay over $2 million in restitution. After speaking to the victims of Paul Sr., words cannot express the level of devastation she imposed on their lives. All of her victims were elderly citizens, some of whom were veterans. For the Ward family, Paul Sr.'s crimes imposed a severe financial hardship. I learned that Grace Ward's one desire as she grew older was that she be able to provide for her family financially after her death, and Paul Sr. took that away from them. In total, Paul Sr. was ordered to pay over $2.5 million in restitution between state and federal courts. To date, Paul Sr. has not paid 1 cent in restitution in my conviction in Sunflower County, and she's only paid in all her crimes $50 towards a $100 mandatory federal assessment. A well-respected prosecutor in Mississippi has often said it is our duty to care for our widows, our orphans, and our elderly. What began as a complaint for a felony worthless check has brought awareness to a greater problem in our society. Victims describe Paul Sr. as a very smart, connected, and ultimately a very conniving individual. Paul Sr. found her victims at the very institutions that should have cared for and protected them. But when she presented them her proposals, she came to the meetings with all the right credentials and all the right connections to achieve the results that the victims desired. However, in the end, all she left each family with was an empty bank account and broken promises. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much, D.A. Richardson. I'm very grateful for your compassion for the victims of these crimes and your determination to put these criminals behind bars. Thank you. Inspector Harris.
Good morning, Chairman Collins, Ranking Member Casey, and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing on veteran-related scams. My name is Carol Harris. I'm the acting inspector in charge responsible for communications within the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, the law enforcement, crime prevention, and security arm of the Postal Service. I started my career in government service when I joined the Marine Corps in 1990. I served 10 years of active duty, including combat duty in Iraq. I continue to serve as a Marine Corps reservist. According to a recent AARP survey, veterans are twice as likely to unknowingly participate in a scam as compared to the general population. The survey also found that the vast majority of veterans encounter scams that have been tailored just to them. These would be veteran pension buyouts, fake vet charities, and scams that offer special access to veterans' benefits but for a fee. In these cases, the scammer makes it appear they represent a government agency or veteran organization, or claim that they themselves served in the military so they can create a sense of affinity. Imposters like these know that members of the military have been trained to rely upon and to trust other service members and to honor the bonds of service. Another finding from the survey found that veterans experience post-traumatic stress at a rate more than double the general public. It can be extremely difficult for a veteran to recognize when their otherwise good judgment has been temporarily clouded by what an experienced fraud operator is selling. In one case, postal inspectors investigated Gina Palacini, led vets to believe she was a certified advisor affiliated with the Department of Veterans Affairs. She told older veterans she could boost their pensions by making it appear they had fewer assets than they really did and could then qualify for greater government assistance. She also offered to reinvest her clients' money in financial products that she would control, but Palacini failed to warn them she was jeopardizing their benefits with clever moves like these. In reality, the fraud operator never reinvested the money on the veteran's behalf. She simply took the money and spent it on herself. That is, of course, until she landed in jail. In another case, a fake charity led people to believe their donations would help disabled and paralyzed veterans, especially vets who were vulnerable to suicide. Mr. Foreman, another witness here, received one of their solicitations in his mailbox. He generously gave. His donation never went towards helping anyone but the scammers who have been referred to the Department of Justice for prosecution. In 2017, AARP and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service launched Operation Protect Veterans. Since that time, we've been sharing tips on how vets can safeguard their assets and protect their personal information. With the help of veterans organizations, libraries, senior centers, and more than 30,000 post offices across the country, we distributed these customized brochures and surveys. Survey has served two important purposes. First, it's a means for veterans to tell us what kinds of scams they're seeing. But more importantly, by filling out the survey and returning it, it's raised their awareness. Even more, we believe it's boosted their immunity to fraud. When postal inspectors are asked, how can consumers stay safe financially, we tell them, just remember to stop and talk. If you receive a request to invest money or pay a fee or collect a prize or send money to someone you've only known online, find a friend before you reach for your wallet. People who operate fraud schemes are successful because they are persuasive and because they've convinced us to keep it a secret. Why? Because scams only work when we're isolated from the people we know and trust at any age, but especially after we retire. We all need to make sure there's an extra pair of eyes on the decisions we make about our money. We need a trustworthy friend or a family member we can talk to. In the military, we refer to this person as our foxhole buddy. We like to say, I've got your six. Think of the hands of the clock facing forward at 12 and backward at 6. I've got your six is another way of saying, I've got your back. When I was in a foxhole, my buddy was the person I trusted to be my eyes when I couldn't see, and I did the same for him. My buddy literally was up when I was down, and when he was down, I was up. I use a lot of military jargon. I grew up in a household where it was used freely. My father served in combat in Vietnam, and my grandfathers served in World War II. Service, honor, and duty were household terms used daily. When the Postal Inspection Service launched Operation Protect Veterans, I shared this brochure with my dad. I told him, Dad, you have me to talk to about money matters. But not everyone has someone to confide in. Maybe you can help others. Pass this brochure to your friends. Be a foxhole buddy for someone else. Before I conclude, I want to thank the committee for its efforts to stop fraudulent phone calls. We know the scams don't just happen over the telephone line, but the ease with which a telemarketer can influence others over the phone is unparalleled. Postal inspectors routinely tell consumers, work with their phone service providers to stop robo and other unwanted calls. Thank you for helping to keep fraudulent calls from ever ringing our phones in the first place. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you the work that postal inspectors do to protect veterans and safeguard the American public from fraud.
Thank you very much, Inspector Harris. I know firsthand what a great job the Postal Inspection Service does, and I really appreciate your passion for this cause, so thank you. Mr. Wells, Mr. Harris talked about how important it was to have someone that an older veteran can talk to. And as I understand it, that's exactly what you did. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Vet-to-Vet program and the training that you received?
Absolutely. So the Vet-to-Vet program does provide its volunteers with training to understand, first and foremost, how to connect with the veterans. Contact them weekly, send them emails, follow up, see how they're doing, because they're going to be the eyes and ears in the household. How can you recognize if your veteran has a bunch of food that's in the refrigerator going bad? Can you recognize if they're able to maintain and upkeep themselves, and maybe recognize some signs or symptoms of cognitive decline or mental health issues, but really just sort of to be the eyes on the ground. As far as scams go, they offered some training on how to recognize financial scams, some information on scams that had been perpetuated before. And then a big focus of what that training was to allow the veterans to understand, the veteran volunteers, I should say, the volunteers to understand the number of organizations and benefits that veterans and elderly qualified for in the state. So we didn't have to have an intimate knowledge of these things or an encyclopedic knowledge of these things, but recognize if there is a need that we could refer back to the agency and that they would be able to connect people for legal benefit, for healthcare benefit, whether it was VA or state or just even in the community, that they were the resource.
So let's talk about the scam that you helped prevent. A lot of times the con artist uses the telephone or the internet to send an email, or a solicitation comes in the mail, as Mr. Foreman mentioned, for a phony charity. But if I understood you correctly, in this case, it was a flyer, an ad that was included in the local newspaper, the Portland Press Herald, I assume, along with all the other flyers and ads. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It was an ad that was placed. I think it was part of the newsletter for the Southern Maine Agency on Aging, but it was something that just was sent out like anybody. Most people toss these things away as junk mail, and it was a small ad. And it was advertising exactly what I said, which was free in-home and respite care for veterans, so directly targeting advertising.
So this is an unusual method of trying to rip off our veterans. Most of the ones that we hear about are the telephone calls, the robocalls, the internet scams, or the direct solicitations in the mail. And so I think in many ways people would be less on guard for that kind of approach. Was it difficult for you to convince this older veteran that it was a scam, or had you built up a relationship by that point so that he and his wife trusted your judgment?
I don't think it was difficult at all. It was a sad thing to see that he, the veteran, was really excited about this because, finally his wife had some relief. He was not mobile, it was very hard for him. He had the assistance of a walker, and we're talking about a 200-pound, 6-foot man in his 80s, and she was also in her 80s. So he was really excited about this opportunity, and then I had to sort of sweep the rug out from under them. And his wife almost immediately said that once I laid out why this was likely a bad idea and sounded like it would expose them, at the very least expose them to legal problems with how they were going to do the accounting and potential fraud, she definitely, because of our relationship and what she had seen with me and her husband, was right on board.
Inspector Harris, one of the advantages of the Postal Service is there are post offices everywhere in very small communities as well as larger urban areas. So tell us a little bit about how you make sure that this important flyer, which warns veterans about scams, but also cleverly has them fill out the survey so that you can get information and they get more educated. How are they distributed, and how do you advertise this program?
Yes, Chairman Collins, thank you for that question. There are over 30,000 post offices across the country, and the post office lobby is incredibly valuable real estate for the community. And as part of our efforts to help spread the word, raise awareness, we have placed these brochures in those lobbies across the country. We did that back in 2018, and we've received many responses from them, and we believe that we have helped not only veterans, but the population in general by highlighting the scams and schemes that are out there. And we hope it served as a call to action to also share with others as we seek to enlist everyone in the fight against fraud by raising